Hörrni, det är det här det kommer hända saker. Här kommer Tepe Sigeman-turneringen spelas från den 1 till 7 maj. Här på Elitplaza Hotel i Malmö. Det här besökarna kommer se först. Glasväggen in till kommentatorsrummet. Här sitter Jimmy Modell och det är han som har hand om tv-sändningen, den officiella tv-sändningen.
Ordnat kaos.
Som det ska vara. Här har vi den här tavlan som vi fick se under invigningen. Den bars av Johan Bernsen från Malmö rådhus. Så här har vi då pressrummet. Och vi kommer ha journalister från Sverige förstås, men även Danmark och Holland och Frankrike. Så det blir lite internationell arena här också. Det är alltid bra med godis, så håller man sig pigg och fräsch en hel arbetsdag. Till sist har vi kommit fram till den riktigt magiska lokalen på hotellet. Spellokalen. Det här är en fåtal av publiken kommer vara så nära schackspelarna så att de nästan kommer höra när de andas. Och bland spelborden då så kommer det vara 4 spelbord. Och Magnus Carlsen kommer alltid sitta vid samma bord. Nu har ni fått se alla rummen där Tepe Sigeman-turneringen kommer att spelas mellan den 1 till 7 maj. Tack så mycket!
Erwin, you just beat Jordan van Foreest, who seemed to play a very rare or maybe even new move very early on, this H6, and then you actually reacted very fast. Did you somehow also notice this move at some point in your preparations?
Actually, no. I just thought H6, Knight C3, E6 will transpose into some position that I knew. But of course, only after he took on C4, I understood the point of H6 was to actually play with bishop f5, and then I thought if I go G3, it's a normal setup where black is quite comfortable, and I was trying to think and freestyle over the board, and this knight e5 looked interesting, and I went for it.
Mm-hmm. And it was his new idea, but somehow I think Jordan got into quite an unpleasant position early on. So do you already have an idea where he could have played better?
Yeah, I think he made a lot of submissive moves. His first reaction, like after the a4, I thought knight b7 was a bit submissive. There was this interesting line with knight a6, but I think it doesn't work. I have knight c6, queen b6, and there's this move g4. And so if he goes back bishop h7, I just go bishop g2 and look c at a5. So, but yeah, I wasn't sure which exact move he should play, but at least like develop the bishop. When I go f3, then go knight b7, for example. Now e4, bishop h7, knight d7, he can take with the knight. Or instead of bishop e7, make a move like a5, make some useful move. And after I go f3, then play knight d7, e4, bishop h7. And yeah, main thing is to recapture on d7 with the knight. And okay, it's slightly more pleasant for white maybe, because of more space, but it's a typical Slav and black is very solid.
Mm-hmm. And I've noticed that you are one of those players who actually looks into the far end. It seems you're calculating a lot while not actually looking at the chessboard. Can you explain a little bit on how this is going on in your mind?
I think like almost all top chess players are capable of visualizing the board and calculating. And it's just an individualistic thing. Sometimes I look at the board, sometimes I'm looking at somewhere else, and I don't even realize where I'm looking, and I just...
So you are actually calculating lines, I guess, when you are looking away.
Yes, it's not a conscious choice that I want to look away or something. I don't even realize like where I'm looking.
Because I think some players, they have said in the past that sometimes looking at the board might actually distract you from the position a few moves ahead, right? You might actually mix up some of the pieces because you're constantly looking at the visual image of the board.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, and I was wondering, how do you normally spend your afternoons and evenings here? Do you already start preparing for your next opponent, or you start in the next morning, or tell us a bit more.
Yeah, of course, a bit of preparation tonight for the next game and also tomorrow. And go for walks, have dinner, and that's all.
Magnus, you just beat Zuginer, but shortly before the end, I saw you sort of shaking your head, maybe not too happy how things went.
No, it was incredibly shaky. I thought kind of early on that I was doing all right, but I couldn't figure it out, and yeah, then I lost the thread. I think she completely outplayed me for a while there, and yeah, I didn't like what was going on at all.
Around what?
Yeah, I just felt when she first of all, this knight b6. I played b3. I could have taken as well and gone for this queen c1, rook e4 stuff, but I kind of figured that knight b6 was not that useful since she never wants to take. And then when she went back, I realized that the knight always jumps into c3, and that's really big. And yeah, then I just tried to do something. I mean, knight h4, I think it was really a bit too much. I just didn't know what to do, and I was down to 26 minutes or something already, and having no idea what my plans were. But yeah, I think after that it was very, very dangerous for me. And I just feel really, really lucky that I managed to survive.
Do you have an idea where the turning point was?
No, I have no idea. It was very difficult to calculate, and I certainly was not capable.
Any comments on yesterday? That maybe it also played a role for today. You had such a long game. It was a wild game yesterday.
No, yesterday was kind of fun, to be honest. A lot more fun than today, that's for sure. I played a knight off, which I don't normally do that often, and he played f4, which he doesn't normally do that often, but Jordan kind of plays around, knows everything. And what happened was that we essentially got a position that none of us really knew, after I probably didn't make the best moves, but at least something he didn't know. And from there on, honestly, it was just a tactical slugfest. I missed a number of things. I think he found a lot of really good moves there and put me under a ton of pressure. And then I think I lost my way. I felt like I did all right, but then I lost my way around the time control, and we had a technically lost position that he then proceeded to, I think, overthink a little bit by sacrificing a pawn. And then, yeah, after that, I not kind of returning the knight to safety immediately was kind of crazy. I just thought, well, I'm gonna get the king in, and then it was a pretty it was a pretty strange feeling to all of a sudden go from I'm so happy that I've saved the game to I'm probably gonna lose again. But yeah, obviously after that things happen, but overall I don't feel that terrible about it. It was a fun game, and yeah, I lost quite deservedly as well. So those things happen when you play pretty sharp chess that I'm not really capable of at the moment.
Last question. You know Jordan quite well, obviously. Are you surprised by his sort of late surge suddenly in the top 20 and that he's doing really well now?
Yeah, it's a bit funny that I obviously I've played against him, and I've seen a lot of his games against others, also in training camps, and Jordan can look 2800 and 2400 in a span of minutes, both kind of with his moves and his explanations and all of that, and that kind of makes him really interesting. But he's always somebody who's had very, very good potential, who thinks about chess in a somewhat different way. And I'm really glad to see that things are clicking for him, for sure.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good luck with the remainder.
Bishop.
Knight.
Bishop.
Knight.
The Knight. Wolf of Wall Street.
Fast and Furious, yeah.
Tom Cruise movies.
Sita Raman. It's an Indian movie.
Probably Facing the Giants. Probably middle game.
Middle game.
Middle game.
Middle game.
Probably the middle game. Maybe something with physics.
Some other sports, maybe?
I would do some other sports like tennis or maybe football.
Something to do with maths because I used to like maths.
Finance, so some sort of investing in stocks.
Humanalforskare.
Steak.
Döner. Turkish döner.
Plov, that's national Uzbek food.
Indian cuisine, some chicken biryani.
I like dumplings, pizza, all kinds of things.
Fisk.
To win.
To win.
To have fun.
Both.
To have fun.
Ta roligt.
Party.
Okay, I watch some movies and I hang out with my coach or friends.
Having fun.
With a good meal.
Probably and celebrating with friends, talking, having fun, playing Blitz.
Oftast är det ju att man förbereder sig för nästa parti eller nästa tävling.
So welcome to the 6th round of the Tepe Sigeman tournament here in Malmö, Sweden. We are not at the finish line, but we're closing.
We're getting somewhere.
Yes.
Round 6 is already,
Yeah.
I mean, 2 more rounds to go. Just
Yeah. Should we take a look at the standings?
Yeah, let's start with that so that
Yeah.
we know where we are. We have them up. We have a 14-year-old in the lead.
Yeah.
I still cannot quite get used to that.
No.
Jagiska Dogmus, 3.5 points together with Irigaisi. Half a point behind the leaders Abdusatorov and Carlsen. Then Van Foreest and Woodward on 50%. Zushiner on 1.5, and Niels yesterday scored his first draw, so he's on the scoreboard as well. And you want to go straight to the pairings after that?
Yeah, we can take a look at the
Just
pairings.
know what we're.
So we have Erwin, he's playing against Abdusatorov. He actually has a very tough finish. Erwin, he's playing Abdusatorov today and Carlsen tomorrow.
That's serious.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jordan van Forest is playing white against Grandelius. They are not playing for the first time. I played a lot of games. Zurginer is playing white against Arjon Erigaisi. And yeah, Erigaisi is in the lead. So we know he will be ambitious today.
Definitely.
And Andy Woodward is playing against another ambitious player, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Magnus, I think, also eager to make 2 out of 2 so
Yeah.
that he can still fight for first.
Yeah.
It's probably the only way
Yeah.
he can still fight for first.
Yeah.
Where do you want to start?
We can start with Erigaisi, for example.
Let's see. Okay. E4, D6.
So it's already a sign.
It's a bit of an indication, right?
Yeah.
That he's ready for battle.
Yeah.
D4, Knight F6, Knight C3, G6. So it's a real Pirk.
Yeah.
Bishop E3, Bishop G7. Is it Pirk or Pirch? How do you?
I think Pirch.
Pirch, huh?
Yeah.
I never knew. Yeah.
I think, but I'm not sure, but I think so.
Okay. No, we'll switch to Pirch from now on. Yeah, this opening is known to give rise to fighting positions. And I think that's exactly what Arjun wants today. So a very ambitious setup from him. Probably one of the most ambitious way to play as black.
Yeah.
And Zuzinet just chooses a very sensible, very solid setup.
Yeah.
With Bishop E3 and Knight to F3. Shall we make a little tour around just to see what we
have Erdogmus against Abdusatorov.
And Najdorf.
Yeah. We have seen a few Najdorf already.
Yes.
F4, I remember, played against.
Yeah, Jordan van Vrees played the move F4 against Magnus, and it worked out pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
Would surprise me if we see F4 again. But you never know.
No.
It's these days any move is possible here. There are about 15 moves available to white here. I think even moves like H4 these days, nobody frowns upon such a move anymore these days. So Edok was having a bit of a think. So maybe he's choosing. Perhaps this was not expected. But of course, he's not by any means out of book here.
No.
He's just weighing his options.
Yes. Andy Woodward is playing white against Magnus Carlsen. And we see...
we see a King's Indian.
Yeah. The same kind of thinking, I think.
Yes. King's Indian, just like the Pirch, is also considered a great fighting weapon. So Magnus clearly going for it today. That's also how we know him, of course.
Yes.
One of the most ambitious players out there, obviously.
Yeah.
And Andy chooses this very solid setup with Bishop E2, Bishop E3. This has become quite popular recently. A lot of theory has been amassing here.
Is it E5, which is most normal? Or
E5 is definitely a move. You can also postpone E5, maybe develop first. I think c5 is also a move here. Many options. But I have a feeling that Carlsen will try to choose something which is least theoretical. Well, okay, there you have it. Yeah, the move a5. Though I think this has been played as well. I think it's not the first time. This is, of course, it looks a bit peculiar, maybe, but I think it's been played. Perhaps we can look that up later on.
Yeah.
And
this
is going to be interesting.
Yes. And then we have the fourth game.
Yes, let's see the fourth game.
It's Jordan van Forest against Niels Grandelius.
Aha, it was e4, e5. So we saw Niels playing a dragon earlier against Irigaisi. We saw him playing this system with bishop c5. Do you know the name of this?
Cordell variation.
The Cordell, yeah, the Cordell variation. So bishop c5. And today is an Italian.
Yeah.
And he plays knight f6.
And
I'm always a bit afraid of knight g5 here because it leads to very forcing lines, and then I'm always afraid I forget something. And as black that is,
and you have to sacrifice a pawn.
You have to sacrifice. I mean, after knight g5, this d5 ed, this the famous fried liver, knight takes f7, queen f3, knight c3 or d. I mean, this is all very very dangerous for black. Very very bad. But of course, after e takes d5, the main move is knight a5. But there are other moves: b5, knight d4. I think even h6. I mean, many options here. But does require some knowledge from that. But Jordan just plays d3, bishop c5, castle. So we really have a very classical Italian game, which has become so very popular in the last 10 years or so. I think there was a time, especially say in the time when Kasparov was still active, that bishop b5 was more or less universally played at the top level. And nowadays it seems that bishop c4 is at least as popular. It has of course to do with the fact that some of the lines here have been analyzed to exhaustion, knight f6 for instance, also the Marshall variation, well, it is usually it's a bit of a slow build up, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be boring.
No.
This can definitely get very interesting. Having seen all of this, shall we briefly see what Erdogmus did?
Yeah, against the knight off.
So he played bishop e2, and Abdusatov played e6.
So e5 would be...
Yeah, e5 is the safer option, and also a more popular option these days. Then white can choose between knight b3, knight f3, both very, very solid. But e6...
then you can pronounce maybe the name of the Sicilian variation with e6 and d6.
The Scheveninger variation.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Yeah, for me that's not a big challenge, but I understand that for most foreigners, it is foreigners from my...
Yes.
Yeah. The Scheveninger variation. That's indeed what we are looking at here. And it's always very enjoyable for us Dutch guys to hear other people pronounce.
I will not try even.
Yeah, it's it usually fails miserably. That's clear.
But is it a town or what is the?
Yeah, it's a town near The Hague, and that's where this system was played. And I think it was Max Euwe who then coined it, the Scheveningen. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, that's how these names were given back in the day. Yeah, thousands of games played from this position. Karpov Kasparov comes to mind, the famous matches. But like we said, usually more popular these days is e5. So e6, a mini surprise maybe.
Yeah.
Mini surprise. Should we go back to Carlsen? Because that's, I think, the most lively one for now.
So a5 was played and then knight f3.
Knight f3 was played and then knight to g4. So I think he's doing a really good job at mixing this game up as quickly as possible. And that's the big challenge, I think, these days for the top players, like Magnus, obviously the number one player in the world, is to get the game going, especially with the black pieces. It's quite difficult not to be trapped into forced variations where you cannot really show your strength.
Yeah.
So if indeed this catches Woodward unprepared, this specific line with a5 and knight g4, which I think is possible, it does look a bit rare to me, then I think Magnus is very happy with that. If this is taking his opponent out of book. And perhaps objectively it may not even be so great, but that's
Doesn't matter.
beside the point. As long as the game starts, he's happy, I think. So if we just move that bishop to g5, let's say, what's the point of going knight g4?
Yeah.
I wonder if he just intends to play f6 e5 or queen e8 or h6.
Normally you do h6, maybe just to see.
Yeah, let's say I go here.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure you want to also push this one, right? That's a bit ugly, a bit weakening.
So maybe not even h6.
Yeah, I'm not such a fan of h6, but well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he has it figured out. I mean, knight g4 came more or less instantly, and body language-wise, it looks like for Magnus the game hasn't really started yet.
No, the day has not even started.
So he definitely knows what he wants to do after bishop g5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think f6 could be something he's contemplating then. And just follow up with e5. After h3, the knight can always drop back to h6, maybe to f7 later on. But I guess we will be seeing this because bishop g5 is on the board. So now we'll get to see what the plan is. Perhaps I'm completely off with f6. And Magnus is one of those players who is not really blitzing out his moves in the opening.
Takes his time.
I spoke with many players who played him regularly, and you never really 100% know when he's out of book or when he's still half in, because the pace is a little bit deceptive. For instance, you also have players who just, I mean, you barely press the clock and they're already replying. But Magnus is of a different school. I would be very surprised if he's not still, but he is just taking his time, getting adjusted a little bit to the game, to the position. I think it also makes it easier if you already think a little bit to start playing later on when you're actually out of book.
Could you say that if you have played a5, you should play for e5?
Yes, I think a5 generally it means you're not going to go c5 anymore because that just doesn't seem very right. Yeah, e5 definitely makes sense to try and get a square on c5. So it's more of a question, how do you want to play e5? Because queen e8, I think, blunders knight d5 with a double attack, or at least at the very least this is scary. Maybe it's still playable, but looks a bit scary. So I'm still, I mean, you could argue that there are moves like knight a6, c6. You have that's the beauty of this kind of systems. that it's very hard for white to prepare for all these small little moves that you can
Mm.
make as black.
Mm.
Many strong players, they've made a living just playing the King's Indian because they can you can vary so much
Mm.
between different setups. So he's played h6. He has gone for h6, and Woodward immediately dropped back to c1. So he doesn't want to keep that pin. Goes back to c1. And it's fairly typical in the King's Indian that this move h6 can be quite bad. For instance, just to show like e5, imagine d5. Let's say knight a6 maybe. Castle, knight c5, something like this. Very often g3 is good to go knight h4. So after f5, for instance, knight h4, suddenly this is a little bit loose. And with the pawn on h7, that wouldn't be the case. I mean, this is not at all forced, but just as an illustration, white usually likes to provoke that move h6. So even if it costs a bit of time, after knight g4, bishop g5, even if black gets this move for free, it's considered not to be an improvement of the position. The upside, of course, for black is that the bishop is no longer on the diagonal now, so you can play e5 if you want.
So if I now play h3, you have to take on
Yes, after
d4.
h3, I guess. Can we
Okay,
go back, or
I thought I maybe could take.
then we play an exchange variation where h3, h6, and a5 are included, right? That is a very strange thing. Let's see. D takes e5, d takes e5, queen d8, rook d8, knight takes e5. Yeah, h6 will be hanging, but still, knight takes e4. Let's see. I guess you take on e4.
I take on e4, and then I have to take on
Bishop e5, bishop h6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll also take.
Rook b1.
Yeah, maybe bishop. And then you want to go bishop g5 next.
Yes.
Yeah, slightly unpleasant maybe. Yeah. Slightly unpleasant maybe. But after h3, just going back to this bit, just before we go very deep into also e takes d4 is a possibility, I think. Now I assume this is a bit much, right? Is it though?
Is it mate?
No, because I thought you could take, but I think this is very dangerous, right?
Yeah, I have to take on g7.
Yeah, but then there's check. And after queen f6, there's rook h7.
Take it.
Take queen f6.
And I have to take.
You take a queen.
Yes.
Takes. I think this is very good for white. The king on h7 is just. And those rooks aren't that coordinating.
No.
Aha. So e takes d4, hg, d takes c3, bishop takes h6. Is this serious or? I mean, you could take on h6 first. Take on b2.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe this is the way to go.
So if I play rook b1, then
yeah, for a second I thought that maybe this queen and then, but you can still play f6. Just only move, but a very good one. So rook b1 and now queen f6. Or Yeah, this shouldn't be bad. This shouldn't be bad for black at all. Yeah, we're probably exaggerating
Yes.
a little bit here. Yeah. After bishop c1, we don't really have a move yet.
No.
I think we can expect e5, right?
Mm.
I'd be surprised.
What else?
Yeah, if there's another. But sorry, but of course, from Magnus' perspective, he wants to win.
Mm.
Or at least want to play for a
Mm.
win. I don't think. I mean, he knows, of course, that Andy is not a pushover, but he wants winning chances. Perhaps he's a bit afraid of these exchange lines
Mm.
because there are, of course, not many winning chances, even if you take immediately without h3. There aren't that many winning chances for black here, so that could be something that he's thinking about as well. That, yeah,
But what to do? You have to put yourself in this situation.
yeah, perhaps he is going to take some risk here.
Yeah.
And that's what we spoke about earlier. It's very hard to for someone like Magnus to every game try to surprise the opponent to get the game going. So he constantly needs to think about those things, like, for example, after e5, d takes e5. I don't think it's the most critical continuation.
No.
But for Magnus, it's probably the one he's most concerned about, because it might mean that after exchanges and h3 and knight takes e5, basically the line we just saw, there aren't that many winning chances here. So perhaps can you start with the move like knight c6, or but it does feel a bit odd not to play e5.
Yeah, I think knight c6 is not working very well with a5.
Yes, it's not really.
A5 looks like you're
Yeah.
playing for the
c5
for
square.
c5. Yeah.
Well, you could argue that, okay, the line we just saw, e5, h3, ed, it kind of worked.
Yeah.
Right? So d takes e5, perhaps knight. Can this be played for a win, this endgame? Put a pawn on c6 and isn't this...
So what do I do? Knight d5.
Knight d5, maybe knight a6.
I can, of course, grab the bishop if I want. But then...
yeah, but there is some potential,
yeah.
right, for black's position. Maybe here to get the bishop.
Yeah, because I'm not developed, really.
Yeah, and dark squares are a little bit... there is some potential for black here, I think. But, of course, yeah. I think he will eventually play e5, because there's just... What else is there? And by the way, I don't think that Andy is gonna play for a draw.
No, I think he will play.
He's just an ambitious young kid who wants to play with the best player in the world.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's his intention. But I understand Magnus, a bit struggling with the idea of allowing this. What else is there?
Ergaisi? Yeah.
All right, we left that around these parts. Castles, queen d2, a6, bishop d3, and knight c6. Current position. Preparing the move e5. So Sushi hasn't chosen the sharpest way to play. But just instead opts for a small advantage and position where nothing can go wrong, at least in the foreseeable future.
Is knight g4 a threat now?
Yeah, I was thinking to go h3.
Yeah, because
But I think if you castle knight g4, then yeah, you don't really want to give up this bishop.
But we have to defend it pawn on d4.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so knight g4 is a positional threat.
Yeah.
And that's why h3 probably makes a lot of sense. And then we expect something like e5.
Because if white plays d5 instead of h3, then
d5. Maybe knight b4?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only question is if the knight is a little bit in danger.
It is.
It is a bit in danger, yeah.
I have to play a5, I guess.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a pity, but at the same time, going d4, d5 is also not an easy decision because your center loses all its flexibility.
Yeah, sometimes black even go knight b8 on d5.
Yes. Yeah, it's not even perhaps even here it's not, well, it's a bit odd, but not completely out of the question. Just to provoking d4, d5 is generally considered a good thing. And perhaps even this move is it out of the question completely?
No, completely. Yes, you take.
Yeah, d takes.
And then just play normal.
Yeah, I can say I'm a fan, but maybe it's playable-ish. 98, 96, f5. Or perhaps e6 just sometimes. Maybe just e6. A bit more natural. Yeah, very rich position. I mean, this is exactly why Erigaisi chose this line. Because it gives rise to interesting strategic battle where he can try to outplay his opponent. I mean, they have a 200-point rating gap. And yeah, he definitely wants to mix it up today.
Yeah.
That is for sure. How is Niels doing?
Until now, fine, I think.
So we left it around these parts. Rook e1, bishop b6, bishop b3, knight e7, knight d2, knight g6, knight c4. And we should say that this is this maneuver, knight e7, knight g6, is very typical in the Italian, because that pawn on c3 makes the knight on c6 look bad. So fixing the issue of that knight is one of the main priorities in the Italian for black. And this is the most usual way to do so, knight e7, knight g6. And Jordan has played knight c4. Yeah, I tend to always mix up all the Italian because it all looks the same to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it is the same.
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. It always looks the same. I mean, sometimes I think I've analyzed it, but then it turns out there's a pawn on a4, or that the pawn on h3, or that the rook is still on f1. I just mix them all up. That's what can I do?
So what is White's plan? To play a4, or he's going to take the bishops?
Yeah, either to take it immediately or to play a4 first, right?
Yeah.
Because imagine, let's make a few moves. h6, h3, rook e8, let's say. Knight takes b6, a takes b6, bishop c2. I'll make one more, and d4. I'm blundering a pawn, unfortunately. How can I?
Maybe not.
Doesn't matter.
It will be.
This is the type of position I think that White is after. So he takes the bishop, and then he tries to consolidate the in the center by bringing the bishop back to c2, so that e4 is covered. And this could be slightly better because of the pair of bishops and the center. Black is very solid, of course. But at least you have this long-term thing of the bishops. And he has played h6, by the way, so this is the first move he has done. So, of course, this bishop is not running away, so you don't need to take it yet. So, like you say, maybe to start with a4, or maybe to start with h3. But I think at some point he's definitely. I mean, this seems to. I mean, what he did here, Bishop b3, then knight d2, then knight c4. Yeah, it's clearly indicating
He wants to take the bishop.
that he wants to take that
Yeah.
bishop, and it's a strong piece. That bishop, so it makes a lot of sense to remove it. Yeah, white typical slight advantage, but black very solid. Way too early to make any major conclusions, I think. And Magnus has played the move e5.
Yeah.
And yeah, as we predicted, wood were just castles. So he's not going for these exchange lines.
No.
Just plays how you should play, I think, in that age, just with ambition.
Yeah. You can take a look at Air Guys here again, because
Yes.
he actually...
Oh, he has gone for that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Gone for
Wow. Yeah, Arjun is one of the most free-spirited, open-minded top players out there, I think. So he goes d5. He goes for this 95 move. And we have this position on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? It's and he played e6 already. Yeah.
Getting rid of the double pawn.
Yeah, on the other hand, from the perspective of trying to get a fighting game, I wonder a little bit if that's, I mean, after bishop c4, for instance, I mean, white is very solid here, right? Hard to imagine anything going very wrong here, especially if we start exchanging things in the center. This is very solid for white. Black could, of course, include maybe b5, maybe even b4. I don't know. Perhaps this is his plan to push b5, b4. This is.
Knight, okay, and knight a4.
And then to take on d5. Yeah, this is his plan. Yeah. Because you want to recapture with the knight, of course. Bishop takes is very ugly. You lose the bishop. And e takes d5. I assume something will give. Maybe e4 immediately. Aha. So e6. Yeah, does ask some questions. Now, I first sight I thought bishop c4 was very solid, but if b5, b4 comes, then it's anything but solid, I would almost say. How would you do this?
Yeah, I would probably have played bishop c4 and been very surprised by b5 coming. Missing it completely. What can I do instead?
I have one question then. So you would go bishop c4?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised by b5.
Yeah.
Bishop 3, b4 would come.
Even more
Would you then maybe contemplate this one? Or is that...
I don't think I would.
Or is that just nonsense?
So if I take on g2 and then the knight.
Yeah, bishop takes, then you take the knight. And now I give my check.
Back.
Bishop takes c3.
What do you
I have 3 pawns.
Three
Yeah,
pawns, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and e5 is also hanging.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not hugely impressed by this whole thing, but I just thought we had to at least see it a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe black can do something like knight h5 to try to jump to f4, and in case of g3, maybe to go bishop f6, knight g7, bishop e6, and then go after the pawn.
But
that's a bit dubious, right?
Moves like bishop b4.
Bishop b4. Yeah, if you put it that way. Yeah, that is that. Okay, okay. Aha. So there is a threat of bishop b4 as well.
Yeah.
And what about knight d7?
Yeah, to have c5 ready.
Yes. So now e5 is protected, and if bishop b4, then c5 is there. But it's still very interesting. Maybe castles. Yeah, no idea what's going on here. Also, I'm not sure how relevant it all is, but
Maybe the knight c5 is maybe not good.
Knight c5.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, but you still have bishop b4, right?
Yeah, there is a check on
Because
d8.
it's a check, but after rook f7, there still is rook d8.
Yes.
Back rank issues. Yeah, I think we'll leave this to Sujiner.
Yeah.
She's perhaps calculating all of that. It's bishop c4. It is, I think, very critical because after de bishop e6, the bishop is no longer getting to c4, and here black must be doing very fine, right?
Yeah. If I play queen e2, just to put the
maybe b5 or
to stop it.
or maybe knight h5 already. I'd be already quite happy with black here in general.
Okay, so we try this once more. This sacrifice.
The move bishop c4, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So yeah, I mean black can of course take, but then white is very comfortable, right? White is so b5 we think is critical. Bishop b3, b4, right? And d takes e6. Now, I'm assuming if you take bishop e6, then after knight a4, white has some nice square on c5. Should be slightly better, right? You can even exchange queens first. Make sure that, yeah, this looks nice. So queen takes d2. You can also take here immediately. And keep the queens on. EF, king h8, queen takes c3. But I'm not sure it's a big improvement with rook d1, bishop c5 coming.
No, I think you should exchange queens.
Yeah, let's take on d2. Bishop takes d2, b takes c3. Now we have to use our in-between check, king h8, and bishop takes c3. Yeah, 3 pawns and threats of bishop e5 and bishop b4.
And a very strong pawn on f7. Not so easy to get to it.
It's remarkably difficult to remove it, yeah. Still, I cannot quite believe it, but why not? Yeah. So we played 97, right?
Yeah.
And we castled.
Yeah, it's good.
Now we saw that 95 bishop b4 is very dangerous.
What about a5?
Yes, perhaps a5 is a better move, yeah. Because now 95 becomes a real threat. Because the moment yeah, b3 drops, then f7 also. Can we do something like rook? Yeah, maybe rook d5, or just a4. Huh? Yeah, I'm just blundering a4. I had all these ideas of in case of such to take here and to give checkmate. All these dreams. Or rook f7, rook takes a5, which also attacks the rook. So after rook a5, bishop a5, we take a fourth pawn. But a4 probably ruins everything. Bishop c4 and now knight b6, attacking both of them. Yeah, this is bad news.
Maybe it's not so,
Yeah, not easy, yeah? Yeah.
not so
Yeah.
convincing.
Yeah, I still think it's far from clear, but there is at least a clear idea for black now with knight c5.
So long castle, was this a mistake? Did we have a
Yeah, it looked very natural though.
yeah. Because I actually thought
Yeah.
about bishop a5 just to
Some positional
give me some time to make long castle.
but maybe here.
And bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop b7.
I was hoping for bishop b4.
Yeah. It's a good move, huh?
Yeah.
Because if here you even recapture this, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Because this I don't mind as black, I
no.
think. At all, maybe. I think black is maybe half winning here with the bishops. Bishops are super strong, I think.
I can take back.
But e takes d5, huh? Okay, it's still a fight, I think, such a position.
But at least it's not.
King coming to g7. f7 will drop 2 pieces for the rook, but yeah.
But 2 extra pawns for white.
2 extra pawns, yeah. Yeah. Some kind of blockade maybe, but it's yeah, very, very complicated. She has played bishop c4 just now.
Okay.
So far we're spot on.
I hope she will.
You think we'll see b5 before and but
yeah.
I mean b5 before is
what else?
what else, right?
Yeah.
And Arjun is not the type to back down from adventures.
And
Good.
also,
This is
Tsujino, she's also playing quite aggressive. We saw it yesterday against Carlsen.
yes, and her win against Woodward was extremely convincing. Yeah.
Okay, we take a look at. We haven't looked at Erwin against Abdusato.
Let's do that. Yeah, it was that Scheveninger
Yeah.
variation. e6, f4, bishop e7, bishop e3. And now e5 was played. I think this is a modern twist.
Okay, very early.
Very early,
Yeah.
but I think it's definitely, well, yeah. Abdusatorov has 1 hour 26. And
but Erwin is down to
yeah, but
58.
it seems to be a hobby of his to just
Yeah.
burn time.
Yes.
He's been doing that consistently throughout his very young career.
Yes.
He just really likes to dig in the opening, and then everything seems to flow easily from there on. But here I understand he takes his time, because after a move like e5 from a prepared opponent, it might just allow for some forcing preparation and for things to quickly get liquidated. So he needs to find a good way of playing here, I think. Yeah, perhaps we could see if this has been done.
Yeah, how
before.
do I do it?
If you go here and then execute the. Here you have the base in the end. Yeah.
So we're using a new database or new program, or what do we call it?
This is chess.ceo. It's by Lucas van Forest. He made a very nice tool for preparing. Yeah.
doing the moves in the wrong order.
Yeah, this is the wrong, but it doesn't matter.
Because now we are.
Yeah, and now you can click here. Just one game in database. Just one. That's interesting information to have.
One game and with very low rated players.
Yes, so essentially, yeah, it's safe to say that this move E5 is a novelty at the top level.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, you have some safe options, like you could drop back to B3, for instance. That's a very safe option, I think. But I guess you try to make use of the fact that Black spent 2 moves, right? Or with the e-pawn. You try to somehow, I mean, moves like knight f5 or taking a knight f5, such moves come to mind. But then again, yeah, the opponent plays everything without much thought. Makes it hard to come to it. Because you also don't want to run into any prep.
Yeah.
Difficult moment.
So if you arrive in a situation like this, you go maybe for the safe.
Yeah, I'm for some reason my first instinct is to take and go knight f5, but I don't know if that's logical or not. But to me it looks. I mean, I just want to take on g7. I don't particularly mind exchanging queens, and if Black takes on f5, then at least the bishop pair will be gone.
Yeah.
So to me, this looks like a serious direction at least. But perhaps you just take. But we can play queen take because I wanted ef queen c7 to go bishop c5 next. But after bishop takes f5, we can take on d8 first.
Yeah.
Bishop d8 and e takes f5, and this endgame could be not so bad for white. 2 bishops. Okay, so knight f5. Bishop before just g7 is hanging, right? It's not possible. Yeah.
I know knight takes e4.
Yeah, knight e4. I think for the same reason.
G7,
I guess you take here.
Let's apply king f8.
King f8. Maybe bishop h6.
Yeah.
This must be bad, right?
Yeah.
It's hanging on e4.
I have to get rid of the queens, I think.
Yeah, queen d1, rook d1. But I think. But this must be. Where is the mate? Where is the mate?
Maybe it's not needed. Maybe we can just.
I mean, 96, king e8 is mate after 97.
I have to go to g8.
But you can go to g8, huh? And doesn't look like there's mate here. So maybe white just has to play bc. Keep all the threats in the position. 96, 97. Looks terrible.
Yeah.
Looks absolutely terrible. Yeah, so this is probably not the direction. I start to get a bit more curious now about this thing. Because, I mean, after f takes d takes e5 is a must, right? You have to recapture, and then knight f5. So this is... White can 100% get this position. Yeah, must say I kind of
Yeah, what is the
like
problem?
this.
G7 is hanging. You can always take the bishop if you want.
Yeah, I like that at the very least here, White tries to make use of that extra tempo.
Mm.
Because just to show that once more, I mean, Black played move e6 here instead of e5, and only 2 moves later, Black decided to play e5, and he has taken on e5. So I think he's going to go knight f5 in that case. Because to go knight b3 now, I think is I mean, in connection with f takes e5 feels a bit. I think he'll bring the knight to f5. Yep, it's there.
So now we'll see.
Yeah, now we'll get to see what Abdul. He doesn't seem. Yeah, he's playing instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry about Abdul Satorov in his
No,
position. He's prepared.
Yeah.
But I am curious what the solution is here, because to me, after rook d1, he just takes the bishop. He takes the knight. He takes f5. Isn't this a nice endgame?
Yeah, you should think so.
2 bishops. Yeah, he's busy. You see, he's from the different school. We spoke about schools of how people play in the opening. Obzatorov, he barely lets you press the clock, and he's already blitzing out his next move. Carlsen is much more laid back.
He wants to show that he has it all prepared.
Yeah, the downside though is that you know immediately when he's out of his prep, because well, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And in the case of Carlsen, that's not the case. You never really know when he's out of book. So yeah, after bishop takes f5, e takes f5, bishop b4 has also been blitzed out. So yeah, we're assuming that Abdusattorov has this worked out. And that usually means that he knows that this endgame is equal. But let's say if both players would be not having any preparation at this point, they would both be preferring white here. That's for sure.
Yeah, 2 bishops.
2 bishops and
some good white squares.
Yes. Yeah. Can we briefly go back to the Irigaisi game? Because also a lot of developments there. Bishop c4 was played, b5, bishop b3, b4. She didn't go for the p-sec.
No.
She played knight a4, e takes d5, e takes d5. And I'm thinking that Arjun has exactly what he wants now. I mean, the fact that you, in this, because we went through these moves a little bit fast, but the fact that you can no longer recapture with the knight on d5, I think that's just huge. So we spoke about e4 briefly. I think maybe there are also other moves, but I think Arjun has the type of game he wants. He's. I would also prefer to play black already.
b4 is hanging with bishop c5 and take.
I guess that will be ignored or.
Start to sacrifice.
How is this move?
If you play this, then I would like to get my king out of the way.
Yes.
But in what direction?
Yeah. There are 2 very different directions. I mean, I'm assuming that if you start grabbing pawns, that it's just too dangerous with the king still in the center.
This we don't like.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous. And of course, now the bishop starts to open up. It's played e4, yeah.
I say long castle. Because when you take an f3, I want to take back the pawn.
So, long castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, what to do here? Maybe capture once. And Yeah, a5 or
Yeah, okay. So didn't want to sacrifice it
yeah,
after all.
I think it's nice to keep it. And maybe put the bishop on f5.
Mhm.
Yeah, I really like what he's done. It would be interesting to know back here after b4 if it was if we were too optimistic with d takes e6 or if it was really the critical response. It could well be that this is just better for black, of course, if d takes e6. But it did look interesting what we saw, and this for sure is very fine for black. I have no doubts. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. I think perhaps we should see that game of Niels before coming back to the Carlsen game. So after knight 4, yeah, more or less it happened what we spoke about. h6, bishop c2, c6, knight takes b6, a takes b6, d4, b5, and h3.
So the bishop pair.
Yes, white has this pair of bishops. They're not that impressive yet, but it's a long-term thing.
And they get, has got d4 in, so he has.
Yeah, it's a central. So black didn't get d5 in. White was first with d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a slightly better position. This long way to go still, but I guess Jordan is not unhappy with what he has here. And here too, these kind of questions I often have, like the endgame here. Isn't it slightly better with the bishops, or is it too little?
If you can wait, then maybe it's good to wait. See if you can do some preparation moves. Because I don't think there is a threat for black to take. Or
No, but I just thought it would be nice to take the queens off, so that you just.
So you are sure you will get an ending.
You mean you want to take with the knight?
You want to take the queens off?
Yeah, I think. Well, at least I was wondering about such a thing, isn't it? And then maybe some knight d2, some f3, a4 at some point, and just try to play with those two bishops. I mean, I would take white. I don't know if it's much, but two bishops, yeah. Because that's why I was even wondering if you could also move the queen to avoid this. But perhaps I'm completely exaggerating now, and there's no need to fear a capture. Because it is not so easy for white to improve the position further, I think. Black's position is so solid.
The problem is I cannot play bishop e3.
Yes, let's show that. Bishop e3. Well, I mean,
I cannot. Yeah, I can.
You have to take back with the bishop in that case.
Because we have to defend the e4
because
pawn.
After c takes d4, yeah, like you say, the pawn would be hanging. Bishop h6, knight f2 probably. Yeah, that's a bit much. Huh? I guess this works out for black. So that means here you have to take with the bishop, which maybe not ideal, but
c5.
Yes, c5, bishop f6 force, queen f6. Yeah, this. Yeah, it is nice to have these squares under control. Oh, he has played differently, just a3. Okay, completely different direction. Also, I mean, this is
maybe it will take
long game.
Time. You will see what black will.
Yeah, but if you want to play the end game,
I want to play with a4.
I don't think you really need a3.
No.
I mean, in this position, let's say what was it, rook e8. D takes e5, de, queen d8, rook d8, bishop e3. Yeah, you maybe even a4 or maybe even b3 or maybe c4. And I think the move a3 doesn't really. I think he has no intentions at all of going for the endgame. It's just my desire to always play an endgame, which is probably
Safe.
coming through here. The game of Magnus, the King's Indian. So after e5 castle, he played knight f6.
So he went
Back. So he once again allowed d takes e5, but it's just not what Andy's doing. He plays bishop e3 though. Knight g4, bishop c1. That's what we call a silent draw offer.
Yes.
You don't actually offer it, but by going back and forth, so by playing the move bishop e3, knight g4, and then going back, you basically say, well, if you go knight f6 again, I'm ready to.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't know if that could also be some psychology involved. That he's trying to induce Magnus to take more risk.
Yeah.
Perhaps he would himself make a different move here after knight f6. It's possible. We don't know. And we will never know because Magnus played 97 here now. So he's avoiding that repetition. Yes, difficult positions, huh?
How do we do it?
Yeah, big question is always what to do with the d-pawn. I mean, when to push it, when to capture, when to do nothing at all. I mean, you can make a move like rook e1, I guess, just waiting move. Do have to reckon with some things like queen h4, though, I guess. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's just hanging. I thought the bishop was protecting that that knight, but that's not the case. Yeah, in that case, rook e1 could be a move. d5 is not out of the question either, I think. Again, this what we spoke about earlier, d5, f5, g3 to prepare knight h4, I think is a pretty decent way of playing as well. I think it's literally what we had, right? After knight c5, knight h4, I think we briefly spoke about this position.
It's difficult for black.
Very difficult to, yeah. And there are also tactics sometimes, like if you play king h7, I think you might even be able to take on g6, right?
Yeah.
Because after king g6, e takes f is check, and on the next move you play bishop g4, and well, pawn up.
Yeah, and the king is not on the right.
King is also not ideal on g6. Yeah. Yeah, so that's yeah, d5 is definitely possible here, but it's a big decision, of course, to close the center. Because then you really define what's going to happen. You're basically saying that I don't believe your f5 is going to amount to anything. But if you're wrong about it, then black might just start, the typical King's Indian business, and it might get very dangerous. So big question for Andy here. They're both spending some time, like around half an hour so far on this game.
Okay, I'm interested in this Erwin game.
Yes. Aha, so he's gone e4. Castles queenside, e takes f3, g takes f3. This is yeah, and I think he is going to protect his b-pawn now. I mean, I don't think you want to allow queen b4, right?
No,
or even bishop c5
Yeah.
and capturing on b4. I think it makes sense to play a5. You could postpone it with a move like rook e8. Yeah, because the bishop would be hanging after queen takes b4.
So where do I put the bishop? Or do I protect it maybe?
Bishop d4 or something?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, or rook e1 or bishop d4.
yeah, I think you have to play a5 sooner or later, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I would prefer to start with a5, I think. And then again, put the bishop on f5. Yeah, I still like what he's done here. Yeah, essentially not a new position for us. We briefly discussed it already. Yeah, Arjun, the biggest poker face I think
Yes.
in modern top chess. You cannot get anything
Anything
out of his
no,
expression.
No.
Can be winning, can be losing. It just doesn't matter.
No. What
And
could I do?
he has made a move, I think.
Okay.
And it is a5. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to just start with this move because it's a move you probably anyway have to make, and rook e8 I'm not at all sure.
No.
Maybe you wanna leave that knight that square for the knight to reroute it to d6. So yeah, I still very much like Black's position. I think Arjun has done everything perfect here. I mean, I guess it's still around equal, or
Yeah, perfect to get
but it's just a very playable position.
Because
where
also white has some good squares on c5.
yes, and also psychologically, I mean, I don't know if you can relate, but when your opponent plays e4, d6, and a little bit these dodgy kind of openings, and they achieve an equal type of position with it, same counts for Benoni and some other openings like that, it feels like you're already lost the plot.
Yeah.
Even though things haven't really gone wrong yet, it already feels like you've gone the wrong path. Psychologically, it's not very easy to be faced with a position like this coming from the pits.
Yeah.
Yeah, how would you play with white?
Yeah, I was just, and I can, of course, I can try to play something with d6 later on. I'm not sure if I should do it now. Can put my knight on c5 if I want. Can play rook e1.
Yeah, so knight c5 is an option, d6 is an option,
Yeah.
e1. But going knight c5, I'm always afraid that the a pawn will be.
yeah.
I mean, not immediately, but at some point, that the a pawn will start running. For instance, let's say knight c5. Let's say I go knight d7, and hypothetically we exchange those knights. Then already a4, a3 becomes a giant issue. Also, queen f6 sometimes is.
I was hoping for knight e6
after knight d7.
Yeah.
And I definitely blundered that move. Yeah.
A small trick.
A small trick, but a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight c5. Let's see a bit. Maybe something like knight e8.
Do I want to exchange the bishops? The black square bishops?
Bishop d4. Huh? Yeah, maybe knight d6. I like the square for the knight. Just making sure there's no funny business anymore.
H4. 4.
Yeah, I guess I just want to stop that immediately. I just think black's position plays a bit easier.
Yeah, because I don't want my pawn on d5. I want to get rid of
Yes,
him.
it's the bishop on b3, and after such a move, for instance, and check, I think just the endgame is
Queen of
is
6.
very nice. These pawns are weak. Knight on d6 is very beautiful. Yeah, and Zuziner is spending some time now. Maybe it's a good moment for us to switch elsewhere.
Yeah. Maybe you should just see if d6 is
if d6, okay.
because it's forcing. Is it good or bad?
Maybe you can even ignore it or go bishop f5. Don't really see the
Knight c5. I would try.
Let's see, 5. You want to go knight b7 sometimes, maybe?
Yeah, for example, if you take.
Let's say takes.
Maybe I want to get my knight to d6.
To play here, eh?
Yeah.
But there will be so here, knight d6.
There are some small problems.
There are some small issues.
Yes, of course.
And knight takes f5. Probably this is
Mm.
over. Because there is some issue on a1.
Mm. So I have to take back immediately on d6 probably.
In this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the very least just take rook e8 this endgame. Bishop f8 coming. But perhaps black can also try to keep the queens. Play something like queen c8 maybe. I just think white's king is less safe in general. Feels like a dragon gone wrong somehow. Maybe I'm too pessimistic. I don't know.
Maybe you're right.
What about the bishop c5 to stop the knight going back to e8?
Immediately, you mean? Let's see. Bishop c5 here, huh? Yeah, so I think that kind of forces rook e8. I mean, to give the exchange a bit much. So rook e8. Yeah, it prevents knight e8 d6. That's true. On the other hand, yeah, these pieces are a little bit tangled in a way that does bishop on b3, knight a4.
I want to open up for the bishop on b3, but
something with d6 or. But again, maybe bishop f5.
Yeah. And the 2 pawns on the king side, they are weak. In the
long run, in all the end games, I think are better for black. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if black is already better here after a5. At least practically, I would think black has a good position. You want to cheat one time? See the evaluation?
Yeah.
Just once?
Let's see. I said it's about equal, I hope.
minus 0.006.
That is equal for me.
So that's a minus. It's a minus. But yeah, it's not huge.
No.
I admit that. I admit that. I think practically it's very nice. Let me put it that way then. I still
Got the game he wanted.
yeah, I know. I think Irigaishi is thrilled. With the black pieces nowadays, we talked about that before. It's very hard to get the game going, especially in this kind of way.
Yeah.
So no, he's very happy, I think. The endgame of Erdogmus. Shall we have a look at that?
Yeah.
So we saw bishop b4, bishop d2 after 22 minutes
Yeah.
and 52 seconds.
So it's now down to 30 minutes.
30 minutes, but it doesn't seem to matter much.
No.
And knight c6 played again more or less instantly.
Yeah.
So perhaps we could briefly just see this position, because bishop takes c3, was that a threat?
Yeah, he must have thought that at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So for instance, if we were to castle here, is black taking on c3?
Probably, I would say.
Yeah, otherwise white and white to go. So b takes c3. Yeah, I'm just wondering how this maybe knight d7. I still yeah, maybe I like bishops too much, but
Maybe you should take a look at the pawns on the queen side.
you mean to say that this counts for something, and the pawn
Yes.
f5 also a bit ugly.
Yeah. But I agree. If you get some sort, maybe not even attack, but initiative with white.
Yes, I mean, the moment you get c4, maybe rook b1, start pressing b7, perhaps the light square bishops, bishop somewhere on the long diagonal, some g4, g5, some potential here for. But I do understand. I mean, bishop d2 is very understandable. He just doesn't want to. But it does.
Lose momentum.
Lose momentum a little bit. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah. Knight c6 and a3. He's played. Yeah, and you could even consider taking right now, right?
Yeah.
Because after bishop takes e3, you have knight e4, and the bishop cannot be.
It's trapped. You could
It's
say.
literally trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that Erdogmus has anything here.
No. So if I move my, should I move my bishop?
Maybe bishop
or bishop
here,
e4.
maybe.
Yeah. Just try to play with the bishop against
Yeah,
knight.
something like this. Yeah. But knight takes b4, a takes b. Maybe
king is
king e7. Yeah, king e7. I mean, the knight, it could also be a very good piece. Structurally, it doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, it's a bit of a question we were so bishop takes c3 94. It's even it's nothing. So what else could he after 94? Is there an alternative that we're not seeing? Because this is a bit too easy, right? Almost. Just take on c3 and knight 94.
Yes, I have to move my bishop. I cannot let you take it on c3, of course.
Yeah, knight takes to allow knight c3. I mean, bishop f3, knight c3, b takes c3. Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not lost.
Not lost, but that's not really. I mean, just king e7. This cannot really be anything for white, right?
No. So let's say I play bishop d2.
Bishop d2. Yeah, yeah. So I assume we should take. Knight d4 is a move, threatening both of them.
And f5 also.
And f5, yeah. Yeah, I think Abduzatorov just yeah, it's comfortably equalized. He is taking his time a bit. I think a3 has come as a bit of a surprise. And he's having his first real think now. But I would expect him to take on c3. I mean, you could remove the bishop, but it's a little bit dangerous. I would think. Yeah, so we're expecting bishop takes c3 followed by knight e4 and equal-ish endgame.
So now, could we say that we now know that Abduzatorov is not in book because he played quickly all the time?
Yeah, I think
suddenly
it's clear that he's no longer because he generally doesn't hesitate when he's in book. Yeah, let's keep an eye on this one, but for now it looks pretty dry, I would say. Yeah. Where would you like to move?
Van Forest, Grandelius, maybe. Not so many moves, but still.
So after a3, Niels played queen c7, bishop e3. Because now after e takes d4, bishop d4, there's no c5 because f6 is hanging. The queen no longer protect the knight on f6. So after bishop e3, bishop e6 was played, and knight d2. Yeah, I like what Jordan is doing.
So where is this knight going? Where it's?
I think one of the ideas is that it also allows for f3 sometimes.
Just to secure
you can reroute to f1.
Yeah.
It secures the e4 pawn. So that, for instance, maybe you can go a4. Let's say if you would play a4 here, then after capturing e4 would be hanging. With the knight on d2, that's not the case. So that might be a detail that is worth noting. So a4 becomes a thing.
So he's securing his center.
He's just stabilizing. I think.
Yeah.
Because he's basically saying I have two bishops, so I don't need to prove anything. I just need to stabilize and then take it from there. How is such a move? Probably it's very bad, huh?
But this is the way Niels would love to play. He would love to play some.
I mean, sometimes when it works, it really works. Usually, this kind of freeing move.
Yeah. But you are opening up for the bishops.
Yes. Do you just go ED or? That's not even that simple, right? I thought maybe here. But it's not that bad. Oh, and queen f3, I didn't feel.
No.
I didn't want to make. That went.
So if I take on e5,
yeah, I guess with the queen.
No problem, because it's.
And these double pawns, they're not really.
No.
I mean, g5 will come, maybe even g4 at some point. Bishop is very strong on d5.
Yeah.
I mean, he has played rook a8 already, so it didn't happen. But okay, in general, d5 is a move that both players are looking at
all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Because it could suddenly be the type of move that that frees the position completely. Of course, d takes e5 was also a move. Perhaps this is what they didn't like. And this looks more critical because after knight e5, there's f4 and then e5, and the pieces start to. But it's something they always look at. Rook a8 is what Niels played. Just generally very useful move, also for d5.
Yeah.
Just centralizing.
And Jordan played Queen f3.
I played Queen f3. That's why the queen probably jumped to f3 on my screen earlier. In that variation, because it probably got an update from the board.
Removing the queen from the rook on g8.
Yes. So again, I'm wondering about this move d5. Because we should say that this last move, Queen f3, it contains a small threat.
Yeah.
Bishop takes h6, which cannot be recaptured because of Queen takes f6. But d5 prevents that. Because now if the bishop takes h6, black goes d takes e4, I think.
And we'll exchange his knight.
And then the knight will be exchanged after knight e4, knight takes e4, and then g takes h6.
Yeah.
It's a piece. So how to reply to d5? Also d takes e5, knight takes e5. Is attacking the queen now. I do wonder though if the queen g3, maybe this is dangerous. This is a little bit, the spin is quite annoying. You can even attack it one more time. But just queen h2 and this spin remains. Bishop d4. I think this is the reason why d5 may not be the best move right now.
Queen h4 would also be a move.
Simply attacking it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Also very.
Because the same trick with bishop takes
was a bit obsessed with this spin,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Queen h4 is definitely fine as well.
So then we should not play it with black if there is two good moves.
Exactly. So after Queen f3, we don't expect d5. Which move do we expect? Jordan, of course, he had a bit of a rough game against Irikaisi yesterday.
Yeah.
Came from that great win against Magnus. Perhaps that was a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what that's the easiest way to explain it, because definitely his level against Irikaisi was not the same as what he showed against Carlsen. It was not his best game, which he himself also admitted. But I like what Carlsen said in his interview after yesterday's game. He said that Jordan is able to play like 2800 and 2400, and it can change in a matter of minutes.
Yes.
He's very unpredictable. At his best, he's super dangerous. And he's played some amazing chess in his career. But yesterday it was probably one of those
bad games.
One of the bad ones. He's generally a big fighter though, ready to bounce back any moment. I don't think he's affected all that much with that one loss. And I do like his position.
Yeah.
It's
not so easy to see what black should do.
Yeah, because for instance, okay, bishop h6 is a threat. King h7, it's also a bit uncomfortable to go into this diagonal. The moment you play d5, this diagonal will open, and then that king will always be a little bit awkward on h7.
I thought about knight h7 or something just to get, but I don't like.
Yeah.
To put it on g5, but
where is it going?
Yeah,
That's the
But what is it doing on g5? Nothing. So.
Yeah, maybe just queen g3 or.
So this is not the way. So what do we do?
Yeah, it's not so clear to me how to.
Protected with queen e7.
Yeah,
So more-
yeah, but it's an admission that maybe 4 moves to go, it should have gone to e7 immediately. I mean, it's not a very big tempo loss, but it's yeah, it feels slightly odd to have to move it to e7 now. Yeah, just a small advantage for Jordan, I think.
Yeah.
That's and Niels
starting to think
a bit. 40 minutes. So.
But which move do you?
We're on move 18 already. I mean,
Yeah,
they
and-
played the opening phase quite fast.
But which move do you think Black should? How do we protect us against this bishop take h6?
Yeah, honestly, it's a very annoying threat. Yeah.
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 Because all the moves we are
I was hoping you would come up with a solution.
Yeah, queen e7 was my solution, and I'm not so happy with
Yeah, it is a move, of course, but yeah.
Knight f1, knight g3.
Yeah, knight f1, and then maybe d5, yeah? Or now it really seems to work, I think. Because if you take on e5 now, I'll probably not take back because of queen g3, but I'll take here. Now knight takes e5 is a threat, and after bishop e4, d e4, queen e4, there's bishop d5. Attacking it, then e5 will drop. Yeah.
No problem.
No problem whatsoever. So here I would think d5 works. Maybe you move queen e7. Maybe it's just, we shouldn't be too dramatic about that tempo. You can also claim that the queen is misplaced, perhaps.
Yeah, and the knight on d2 is.
Yeah, that's it's. We have to be. Oh, interesting moment in the Erdogmus game, I think.
Yeah.
Let's briefly go there, because he's played bishop c5. He didn't take on c3. That's a sign of ambition, I think.
Yeah.
It's a sign of he's keeping more pieces on the board, because we said and I think this was the case, that this is a pretty straightforward way to equalize.
Yeah.
But perhaps he's already looking at the clock of the opponent. Erdogmus has 24 minutes for 25 moves. Of course, he'll get the 30 seconds after each move, but still, he'll really have to speed up.
1 hour less.
Yeah, more or less an hour difference on the clock. So, Abdusatorov, I do understand his decision, because it doesn't seem like he's risking much here by continuing, and he has a very serious time advantage. I'm even looking at such moves.
Okay, we try and take.
Yeah, and knight takes, bishop takes, and then castles. Just want to play against the.
Yeah, and the problem is white cannot castle.
Yes, the king is stuck.
Yeah. No short castle, no long castle.
And rook e8 is really coming.
So this way we cannot play, I would say, with white.
Yeah, we can
Then
take
have to
on
take,
c6.
Yeah, and you have to take back.
And maybe king e2 to go to f3.
Can I play rook e8?
Yeah, rook e8, king f3.
Rook d5.
Yes, this starts to.
And then maybe double.
Yeah, if I protect the pawn, you'll just go here, right?
Yeah.
And this is.
This is a pin.
This is a pin. At the very least, it's a draw.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't surprise me if Black can already try
something else.
Something here. Yeah, so e4. Any other moves after e4?
I can of course take with a
With the
bishop.
bishop.
But maybe you don't take it. Or do you?
You mean not? Yeah, because now the bishop
I
is hanging. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if we play the same way, like this, probably you take on c6
Yeah,
again.
I have to remove the knight.
B takes c6. I think king e2 is a must again because
Yeah.
rook e8 is coming. Rook e8, king
King
f3. Yeah, this is a better version because it's hard to. First of all, d1 is protected, so the spin is no longer as effective. Yeah, could this be better for white just?
Yeah, if you get to play some moves, then it could
Yeah, if
easily
you get to go g4 and maybe bishop
g5,
somewhere,
yeah.
yeah, it could be just a big pawn. So just so after e4, bishop takes e4. This is where we are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be something, right? Or not? Or you're not...
Yeah, I think the same, but I see the king coming to f3.
Yes, yeah. This plan of taking on c6 and then bringing the king, it's quite
good,
effective.
yeah.
And if something like this... Yes, now I just want to castle, basically. Bring the rook in. Without giving the chance to get rid of the bishop. And if bishop takes b7, I think just rook b8.
And then c2 and b2 and...
Yes, it will all be hanging. So bishop a6, let's say. Maybe you start with knight c2. But this already, rook b2, even castle.
Yeah.
Not out of the question. Yeah, this looks quite comfortable. Yeah, okay, it is just one of the options. But if you don't go e4, let's say if you castle, then there's knight e4, and these kind of positions with the pawn coming to c3, taking the d4, this could be nice for white.
Yeah,
I think.
Very good bishop on e4.
Yes, this could. I mean, so there is some strategic danger. That's why I like this move e4 so much. Not to allow that blockade to appear.
And if you play it, I have to take it, I guess, or else maybe it's just continuing the pawn to e3.
Yeah, otherwise it just or we keep the king on. So let's say if the bishop e2, maybe it just
long
something like this. Also knight d4, by the way. Just attacking f5 and c2.
I think you have to take it.
Yeah, I think you have to take on e4, and you have to take with the bishop.
For now,
and
we think so.
Yeah, so we're thinking knight d4 might be a decent way to play here. Just simply with the idea of castling and rook e8. And he's definitely thinking about this.
Mm.
Because strategically, it's the move you want to make.
If I play bishop e3, do you take on c2 then? Or because if you take on e4, I want to take on d4.
Yeah, I guess that this is, already equal pawns.
Mm.
And pawn on f5 is very ugly. I think this is also slightly better for black. Maybe it's still, or certainly it's holdable, but
Yeah.
it's not very nice, I think.
Yeah, again, going with the king to f3 would be
But
enough.
maybe even such moves again, and just rook e8.
Mm.
Also very playable, I think.
Yes. Yeah, it's hard to see where we should put the white king.
Yeah, it's very critical moment, I think. Maybe we'll let Odzatorov think a bit when we can have a look at the other boards.
But the variation we had with taking with a knight first,
Yes.
we said it ended with a draw.
Yeah, true.
Mm.
Yeah, no, it's but I mean from a position of strength for black, I think.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me if here
there is better things. Yeah.
I think we did like this. Yeah, I could also start with rook d5.
Yeah.
Okay, rook e8 is normal. Rook d5, this is what we were looking at. And if g4, then at the very least you have this perpetual attack of the bishop. But yeah, wouldn't surprise me if there are other options here in this position as well.
Mm.
I think we'll see e4. In fact, I think that e4 will be played. He's just going through the motions now, because other moves, well, maybe castles queenside, because then after knight e4 takes, bishop takes, maybe you can try to immediately challenge that bishop on e4 with rook d4. Yeah, this also an alternative. Yeah. But I guess that here you have to reckon with a move like bishop g5. And just to illustrate once again, if I mean, a position like this can turn really bad very fast. c3, g3, king e2, b4, a4, and yes, horrible structure for black. There are some things to consider here. But definitely, I think e4 is
the move.
The move, the key move here. How is the King's Indian, the game of Magnus?
Yeah, let's see.
So we left that after 97, played h3, knight f6, bishop e3, e takes d4, knight takes d4, knight c5, f3, and now knight to h5. Right. I think this is that is the position, right? Yeah.
So he's looking at the squares, the black squares on the king side.
Yeah, and here we see a downside of pushing the pawn to h3. Of course, these dark squares are a little bit weakened now. And for instance, if we imagine white doing nothing, something like this, you can already see that black gets full control over these squares, and that can get very dangerous.
Yeah.
Just again, okay, I'm making some king move, but something like this, fairly typical way of how white can get. I mean, if white is absolutely nothing, which is generally a bad idea, then this is a very nice setup where white's really struggling to come up with a move. Black can make many more moves, king g7, rook h8 at some point, break through, typical way of... So I think 95 is an indication that he tries to play on the dark squares. I think he's intending to go g5, bishop e5 next. to really cement control over it. So queen d2. And now the question becomes, after g5, what does he intend to play? Is it h4 maybe?
H4, yeah. Trying to disturb the pawns.
And if we just take on h4, you take on h6, right?
Yeah.
Still doesn't look so bad to me for black, but he has played g5. Yeah, so Magnus is essentially saying he's not afraid of h4. Now we should only find out why. So h4. Other moves besides gh? Knight f4 is simply a move.
Because the d4 knight is already
Yes.
hanging.
Well, bishop f4 is already an ugly move in
Yeah,
itself,
in itself,
but
yeah.
it also loses a piece. So knight f4 can simply be. So h4 is, I think, not a move at all.
H4 is maybe not even a threat.
Yeah, it's just not
because you cannot even take twice on g5.
Yeah, so Magnus happily playing g5 here in 43 seconds, so more or less instant. Yeah, so he's really going for that dark square strategy. Bishop coming to e5, pawn to c6, because you want to control d5 and b5. Then queen f6, and just playing on those squares, e5, f4, g3. So how to counter that? Is knight b3 a move maybe?
To try to get rid of this knight. So if we play knight e6 because we want to play on these dark
Yeah,
squares.
that's maybe c5, something like that.
Yeah, trying to do something.
a4 could be an issue though. Big issue. Just attacking the knight. And then capturing the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, even b6 also looks good. This is a difficult type of position. Especially because black's plan is so easy.
And still we don't know how to counter it.
Yes.
It's annoying. But let's say I play knight db5.
Knight db5.
Yep.
So I'll go bishop e5.
And I have to play a rook to d1. I want
You want to stop c6 from happening.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I cannot bring the queen to f6.
I want to keep the queen on d8.
Yeah. And you're also threatening to win a piece, by the way.
Even better.
Yeah.
Excellent. Because it's not so easy to move the queen, because there is no
True.
Because I also have knight d5 coming sometimes.
Okay, let me try something. Knight e6 maybe? Now you have c5 again, huh? I don't know how bad this is, but doesn't look that scary either.
No. Yeah, take.
I mean, after queen d8, rook d8, rook d8, knight d8, bishop c5, knight d6. Still nicely. Also knight g3 is a move. c6. I think black is
excellent.
Excellent, yeah. Yeah, I think Magnus is quite happy with this. I mean, it's a very complex game where, for the moment, we don't really find the right way to counter this very easy plan. Black has many easy moves. Now bishop e5, c6, queen f6, knight f4. He played bishop d1. Okay. I think bishop e5 will be played.
Does he want to put a knight on e2 to protect?
Yeah, he probably wants to play with which one? Huh?
I don't know. Don't know. But he tries to protect. Or the bishop, where is it going?
So maybe he wants to go knight ce2, let's say, and then go g4 next.
And take on f4.
Yes, so that, because of course in this position, or sorry, in after bishop d1, bishop e5 to go g4 here, then of course knight f4 comes. But with a knight on e2, that knight can now be taken. So let's say after queen f6, g4, knight f4, knight f4, gf, bishop f2. Yeah, I don't know how happy we're here.
It's okay for black, probably.
It's probably very fine for black. Yeah. Yeah, we're struggling a bit, right?
Yeah.
I think also struggling because it looks kind of pretty for black.
For black, yeah.
It's the way...
And moves like bishop d1 and knight e2, that's not only defensive moves. So
it is, well, it's in a way knight e2 and g4 is an interesting plan, but yeah, the position we just saw. So let's say knight c2, let's see it one more. Maybe we can also try this knight, by the way. It's a bit more yeah, this is better because now after queen f6 there's even knight d5 already. And this is how he wants to do it. Yeah. Because now he really wants to go g4, and black cannot jump into f4 because it's simply hanging. Yeah, so this is what he wants to do. Yeah, because after c6, g4, the knight will have to retreat somewhere to g7, I think, in order to go to e6. But it's already a completely different story, I think.
But probably
difficult.
Also okay for black.
Probably also, yeah. But and I mean, I like at least this move bishop d1. There's a clear point behind it. Yeah, Abdusatorov has played the move e4.
Yeah.
As we expected.
Yep.
And our conclusion was that I think that knight takes e4 a bit dangerous, right? And bishop takes e4 we felt was critical, right?
I think, but also knight takes e4 ended in this
drawing, yeah, where we felt that maybe black had some options along the way, but
so how many moves have I made?
15.
Okay.
And Dortmund is just dropped under 17 minutes.
Yes.
So he's gonna soon come in the territory where he will have to make a move every minute.
Yes.
Yeah, I do hope for him, by the way, that he will fix this thing in the future, because this is not normal. It's not you cannot play like this.
No.
Maybe when you're this young, you're this energetic, this but once you age a little bit, playing on second in every game, that's just not.
You should also be able sometimes to pressure your opponent with the time, that you have a better time, for example.
Yeah, no, well, his moves generally do the talking.
Yes.
But I mean, it's extreme. It's really extreme.
Yeah.
60 minutes he has, and he's made 15 moves. That's really extreme.
We will take a look at Tzu against Erwin. She played DC.
Aha. So after a5, she played h4,
Yeah.
and he went knight h5, and now d6.
D6.
This is where we are.
Yeah. Opening up the diagonal for the bishop of
Yes.
h3. They are exactly on the same time.
Yeah, both have 40 minutes and 18. They have a normal pace, I think.
yeah.
This is very, very normal pace. Some difficult decisions already had to be made. And bishop b7 just played by Arjun. Yeah, I was just wondering if knight g3 was a move as well. Knight g3, knight f5, but yeah, not really. Bishop b7 is nice as well. Just attacking the pawn on f3.
Should I exchange the bishop?
Bishop d5, you mean?
Yeah.
Or?
Hope to some sort of ending this a5 and could also be a weak pawn.
Yes, yes.
Bishop b6.
I guess we'll have to take on d5.
Yeah, take back.
And now probably we have to take on d6 as well, because yeah, at some point you'll push that pawn.
And yeah, I guess I take.
Yeah, queen takes, but there's queen e8, double.
Oh, tricky.
In fact, that's available here already. Queen b3, but
yeah, what else?
Yeah, queen b3, but it's a little bit
on the wrong direction.
Yeah. No, maybe then maybe it's stronger even to take. Because you if queen d6 is not possible because of queen e8, then
so I have to put in maybe knight
b6, but yeah, let's go with b2. So maybe you can queen f6, bishop d4. Huh? But let's say rook somewhere a6. Because if you take, then I think takes and knight g3 is very strong. Attacking the rook and then also threatening knight f5. This is probably
winning.
Already winning.
Yeah.
But there's maybe queen b5, huh? But still, all of this, I think black is never really risking anything.
No.
Pawn up for now and yeah, I think it's very much Arjun's game so far. Could you try to do something like d7, bishop f3, and just throw everything on that d pawn? Not really, just bishop h1. Yeah, it's just too much. I thought maybe knight b7, bishop c5, rook d1, but
queen
yeah, a bit of wishful thinking, I think, with this one incoming. Yeah, no, it's just a very good position for the guys. And I think we're in the Dogmo's game. He's taken with the knight, and that means that we are likely to see this
long take on c6.
Yeah, takes on c6, b takes c6. Yeah, I think king e2 is a must, because otherwise rook e8 comes.
So the king must come to f3.
Yeah, the king must run away. It's actually it's the only. Otherwise, it's probably already lost at this point, if not for king e2, king f3. But it does seem to work. Yeah, now we set rook e8, king f3, rook d5. And after g4, Yeah, rook d8, king e2. Yeah, it does. Yeah, perhaps this is really how they're gonna finish the game. And also, if we consider that Dogmoes has less than 12 minutes, I think he's at this point. I mean, he should perhaps at this point be happy to
draw the game. Yeah.
To just call it a day. Yeah, you cannot really play for anything with white here. I guess it's just too dangerous, too risky. Let's say if you do something like bishop d3, I guess rook e8 and king f1. That's so risky. You can barely move.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Bishop e2. Yeah, maybe maybe it was.
Did I ask
Maybe
maybe knight attack back this?
Yeah, maybe this was not needed. Yeah.
So what is white's next?
Probably white wants g3 or g4 and then king g2 and rook e1. Yeah, can you really play for a win this way?
He has the two bishops and a pawn more.
Yeah, yeah. But that king on f1.
That's only one piece.
Yeah, it's the most important one, though.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm having some trouble with this one. I'm not really buying it. He has made a move. Let's see. Yeah, he's taken. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's a bit of a pity that we're struggling to show it, but it does feel that this is too much. I'm sure they both saw. They both had a reason. And Dogmus takes on c6, and I guess king e2 will follow shortly. Yeah, just to point out that after a move like bishop 4, the check is just the king has no squares.
No.
So that's why we are immediately running away with the guy. I think it's again sort of an only move. Yeah, king e2 played. Yeah, and maybe it's really not possible to play for a win, right? With black.
I don't see it, at least.
Maybe it's just really a draw. So let's just see one more time. Okay, you could start with rook d5 here. I don't think it matters much if the g4 give a check and here. So can you still play for a win here? Or is it just... I mean, the threat is to go bishop f4, I guess. And then white's just a pawn up. Yeah, I think we're just going to see repetition here.
We could throw in h5.
Yes.
But I don't see the
We
point.
could throw in h5.
We do it also with the rook on h8.
Yeah, let's say h3.
I don't see the point.
Yeah, there's just no follow-up. Yeah.
King on f3 is defending.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that there's. Of course, Absatorov, he will check a bit here. He knows he's not running any risk anymore, so he will see if there's any way of putting pressure. But for now, we're not really seeing it, right? We're expecting that this will end in a draw. In fact, I think this will be the final position somewhere here. This is our prediction.
Yeah.
This will be the final. All right. Niels.
Yeah. Playing black against Van Forest.
Yes, that's getting interesting. He played your move, Queen e7.
Yeah.
Rook a1. Knight h4. Okay. Yeah, normally I think you'd like to go to g3, but I guess knight h5 is a bit awkward. Putting the queen all the way there.
Yeah.
So he went to e2 instead of g3. And now knight g6 back.
Again? A
silent draw offer.
Silent draw offer.
Yeah, but it was declined.
Yeah.
In 7 seconds. Sorry, 7 minutes. Apologies.
Okay.
I was already surprised. 7 seconds. It's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah.
With knight f1. Bishop c4, queen d2, and now knight h5. This is the current position.
So 27 against 47.
Yeah, they have made 22 moves though.
Okay.
So I think time-wise, this is
not so bad.
Not so bad.
No.
Could be worse.
Yeah. Normally it is.
Yes. Niels,
but
I
actually,
think time trouble is something he.
Yeah, but not in this tournament, I would say.
Yeah, I think he has it covered. Yeah.
Yeah. Not these very silly time troubles, at least, but because he lost before 40 moves, maybe. He never reached.
So how would you continue here? Because Niels has this very clear plan of planting a knight on f4. Yeah, just wants to go knight f4. And then queen g5. And checkmate.
And no way to stop it.
Nothing to do. Yeah. I mean, something like king h2 can be played, I guess, to in order to play g3 after knight f4. This could be an idea.
Can I play bishop e6? Can you take the knight if I, and then?
Aha. You mean
I was hoping to
take and go queen h4, or
or take on h.
Because queen h4 there's f5. You wanted to take immediately.
Yeah, but maybe it's too much.
Something like this, or?
Yeah, take on f4
with the pawn. Huh?
Yeah.
Knight g3.
Stepping into the 4.
Yes. It's probably a bit.
Was too much again.
Too much. Yeah. Or knight h2 maybe. Yeah. But yeah, this is the question for Jordan. How is he dealing with this threat of knight f4 and queen g5? I mean, g3 is also a move. It's a little bit weakening, but perhaps that's not a very big deal. But he will have to deal with it.
So what should we try? G3, maybe.
let's say g3. Yeah, I'm wondering, is it smart to try to hit?
Bishop e6,
Yeah,
queen d7.
bishop e6 and then some queen d7?
Yeah, in the next move, we play queen d7.
Maybe here and now here. Maybe just, yeah, difficult. h4 is also not really a happy move to
No.
make. g4 is also not a happy move to make. Yeah, we should probably point out that we don't have any engines. So we don't know what the engine thinks of this position, but I feel like Niels did some good things here
Yeah.
over the past few moves.
Yeah, I'm optimistic for him, I would say.
I always like this yeah, this idea of just going knight f4, queen g5. It's hard to meet. So I'm curious what Jordan is you will be cooking up here. Yeah, Abdusatorov and Edokmus, they're going down that route. So they have this position right now.
I play rook d5 immediately.
Yeah,
Now
g4
check.
plate, and we expect check and rook d8.
Because there is nothing with h5 right now.
h5, I think.
h3.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you could even consider playing for not only bishop f4, but h3 is normal, right? Yeah, I don't think there's anything better than, because again the threat is to remove the bishop.
I cannot attack the pawn on g4 at all.
No. Yeah, rook e8 plate. I think there will I think it will be a short day for them. King f3 plate. Unless, of course, there is some way of continuing here, but again, white threatens bishop f4, so rook d8 is forced. Then king e2 is forced because the bishop is hanging, and I think that's what we're seeing. Yeah, they'll be shaking hands soon. Yeah, it's an interesting game. It had some interesting elements, but yeah, just a well played game. Then it ends in this way. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Okay, we take a look at Su against Gaisi.
Okay. After bishop b7, she took on c7.
Yeah.
Queen c7 and queen d7. So she is saying that after taking on d7 and taking on f3, she wants to go rook f1. And now suddenly everything is aiming at f7. And that does look convincing.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting him to do something different. Curious what exactly. And both have half an hour. Arjun a little bit more. Yeah, the way he sits, it's almost as if it's not his move, right?
Like a statue.
Yeah. Black could play queen e5 here.
I played bishop d4.
Bishop d4 and then to give a check. Forcing king b1. And now you have some move like rook d8 perhaps. This looks promising at first sight.
Guess I have to take the bishop.
Yeah, and now something like rook d4. Yeah, and we see Dogmus with papers in his hand, his score sheet. Draw agreed. Yeah, as we said.
This king
Uh,
d7.
King d7 was not. I think
played
the king was on the way to the center to indicate that
draw.
the game ends in a draw, and
Yeah.
then the machine
Made some.
made an. But obviously, this was the final position.
Yeah.
They repeated moves, and yeah, normal game.
Can we take a look at Carlsen game? The King's Indian.
Aha. So bishop d1, bishop e6 was played.
Threatening c4.
Threatening c4, b3, and now a4.
So he's playing all over the board.
Yes. And he has 26 minutes, by the way, for 21 moves.
Mm.
So the first question I would have is b4.
Have to go back, I guess.
Yeah, you could maybe
I can't-
consider taking, right?
But you want to take the rook later on or what?
B takes c5. Yeah, I was wondering, maybe even yeah, I guess bishop f1, right? Now I thought for a second maybe even this is possible, but I guess this doesn't quite work. Though I wouldn't even be 100% sure about such a position with these pawns running. They look very scary, these pawns, but
if I play not knight d2, I play knight f.
knight f5.
I take the square before the rook.
Yeah, so queen d2, bishop d2, bishop f1, king f1.
Because now there is no b5.
Yes.
a4 is.
Knight is a bit out, huh? a4 hanging. Sometimes.
Yeah, the knight on f5 is in the play.
Yeah, I still wouldn't think it's so clear.
No.
c6, b5.
Because all the pawns.
These pawns, they're always scary. But this is us recapturing also. You can also start with bishop f1, right?
Yeah, I guess you take.
But that would then transpose. So d takes c5, knight f5.
Right.
So we could actually be seeing this. And now I think c6 is important to go b5.
I want to play rook b1.
Rook b1, yeah?
Because I have knight e7 check.
Aha. b5, there's knight e7. Yes. Can we just continue that line a bit?
Yeah.
Knight e7, king h8, let's say. Knight c6. Can we still continue here? The knight is a little bit... Let me try this one.
Okay, back where we come.
Yeah, now maybe here.
And the c knight on d5, probably. And
Yeah, but aren't these pawns dangerous?
Maybe bishop e2 and bishop c4.
Bishop, yeah, knight g3 check.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, then they start really.
Okay, I did this check. Then I have to play knight f5 first.
Yeah, knight f5. Maybe b3, a3, huh? Yeah, this could of course be great for white.
Yeah.
But I was just not 100%. So maybe because we are already pretty far now, maybe we should go back a little bit. So we start with b4. And bishop takes c4, b takes c5, right? And essentially it doesn't really matter if we take on f1 or on c5, right? Because we reach the same position.
Yes.
After dc, knight f5. Bishop f1. King f1. I think the queen should go.
Mm.
Bishop takes. So this position we saw earlier. Aha, but we played c6. But is it really needed? What a difficult position. Do you like the look of it, or?
I like white.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
the pieces.
Yeah. I also stuck to.
Because it's knight on f5.
Yeah.
And the pawns are not running, and it's one double.
He has made a different move already. He's gone bishop c2.
Okay.
And it's of course possible that after b4, other moves are here.
Yeah,
can go to a6, can go to maybe even to d7 also. Just this was a fun option. After a4, he played bishop c2. A takes b3. I guess a takes b3 will happen. And he's taken on a1. We expect a very quick recapture. On the board.
And bishop e5.
And bishop e5. So he's speeding up a little bit. Yeah, I think in general, as black here in the King's Indian, if you get a4 in, a takes b3 and rook a1, I think you're pretty happy. I think black is pretty happy here. And now he can start to play for that dark square domination again that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, Magnus, of course, we spoke about that at the beginning of the broadcast. He really needs a win in order to win the tournament. It's, I mean, we saw already Arjun's position looks very good. He might well win today. We haven't know yet, but his position looks very good. So Magnus not winning today would mean that he's already point
behind. Yes.
Point behind. So he's in a bit of a must win, I think. And Arjun has played queen e5. Yeah, it looks fantastic. This looks fantastic for black. Hard to struggling to find a move even.
Try bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Because I want to attack the f7.
Okay, serious one.
Yeah.
Can we take on f3? Is that possible?
I don't know if should I take on f8?
Yeah, let's say bishop f8, rook f8.
And rook f1.
Rook f1. Yeah, because if bishop d1, there's rook f7.
Yeah.
Huh? And it does look
good enough.
Good enough, right? It's easy to miss something here, but Sorry, if we go king h8 now, then
Take and play.
take on f8.
Yeah, queen f7
Yeah, check.
to move my king. Oh, you can.
And then knight f6. And then
Oh, you have
I think
protected.
that should be winning.
That's what was like magic. That's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Where is the mate? It's
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, this is or maybe queen g7 was also good, but
Mm.
I thought you had to take on
Yeah, I
d1,
have to take on d1.
but now this king is also a bit queen b4, let's say. King has to then queen e3,
King f1 only.
king f1 only. Oh, this is so dubious. Yeah, maybe you can first give a check. Just check where the king is going. This is probably the worst square because of
Yes.
bishop e3.
And the pawn h4 will probably
Yes,
drop.
king e1, then queen h4 is check. King e2 allows a knight to come with check. Yeah, this is probably winning. Yeah.
I think instead of queen e3, queen e2 was made directly.
If instead of queen e3, queen d2. Ah, yes.
Mm.
Correct, mate. Yeah. Much better. Yeah, so we're liking what Arjun is doing, I think.
Yeah.
So just to recap, queen e5, bishop c5. We're thinking bishop takes f3. Yeah, I don't which other move. I mean, bishop f3, bishop f8, rook f8. We haven't looked at this one. But I assumed you just give a check here. And if king b1, you just take the rook.
And queen d2.
And queen d2, then bishop h6.
Yeah.
Or you could even take on d2 and go bishop h6, but yeah. Everything
everything works.
This looks good.
Yeah.
I think this is what he's been calculating, because he spent quite a lot of time on queen e5 on his last move. Almost 13 minutes. So I guess he's yeah, this is the other line that we saw earlier. Check on f4, king b1, and now just rook d8. But also bishop takes f3 is possible here, by the way.
Yeah.
Looks pretty bad for white as well. Yesterday against Magnus, Zuziner, from a very difficult position, managed to create a lot of trouble still. So perhaps she'll do the same today. But for now, it looks bad. It looks bad for her.
Okay, let's take a look at Niels.
Yes.
Jordan van Forest.
A lot of changes. So after knight h5, that's interesting. I wanted to point this move out and explain that it's not nice. But it's a good thing I didn't do it, because it was actually played.
But maybe it's not nice.
Yeah, that's possible, of course. Yeah. No, because
but maybe it's good.
Maybe it's good. Just maybe it's good. Because I thought that after knight g3, f takes g3, black would just play something like f6 and have a very stable structure. But I think one of the issues that I'm seeing now is d5.
Yeah.
Which wins on the spot, because bishop is just
trapped.
Trapped. Yeah, it's just game over. And yeah, perhaps in general it's just not such a big deal. This double G pawns can, at a later stage, they can be pushed forward. And okay, so he just played knight g3. That's how he wanted to deal with this this threat of knight f4 and queen g5. You could still go knight f4, of course. But the knight on g3 does a pretty good job.
Yeah. It can later on come to f5.
Yes. Okay, so taken on g3 is what Niels did. Fg, e takes d4. So big changes now. C takes d4, bishop e6, queen f2, rook c8.
Rook c8.
This is the current position. And at first sight, it looks to me like Jordan has been doing good things.
What is even the point with rook c8? Does he really want to play c5? Maybe he does.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Yeah, I guess he wants to play c5, maybe, so that his knight gets a square. Yeah, I think that's the point. Yeah. So, for instance, if you go king h2, c5, d5, bishop d7, then this knight will have such a beautiful square on e5. No way of removing it from there ever. So I kind of like it. So it makes you wonder, how should white prevent this plan of c5 followed by bringing the knight to e5?
b4 is one very...
Yeah, b4 is one move.
But a3 will be very weak.
Yeah, I'm not...
I thought maybe d5.
I have b6 and d5. Yeah. Yeah. Is d5 in general a move, or is it... It's probably very stupid, because you just go back, yeah?
Yeah, no, you can
Actually, giving the square away for free, yeah. No, this is terrible. So b4. Yeah, now of course the difference after b6, d5 is that b6 is hanging as well.
And you cannot take back on c6.
Yeah, and this is also looking very scary with the e-file opening up. I wouldn't be surprised if there's other option here as well. But it's an interesting idea. Push c5, try to exchange the pawn, and then bring a knight to e5. Because the other thing we didn't point out, let's say if the king h2, c5, if we make a move like rook d2, then black will take, go knight e5. And now the structure does look a little bit ugly.
Yeah. It's like a Sicilian knight.
Yes. This shouldn't be bad at all, I think. Yeah, so he has a clear plan, Niels. I think that's nice. When he has 16 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
For 14 moves, which is okay, but it's also nice to be low on time, but to have a clear idea of how you're playing next.
So again, b4, what do you do?
Yes, let's see.
Because you have to stop c5. Because you can play rook a8.
Yeah, rook a8. Bishop c1.
Yeah.
No, I do like white's position in general. And many moves to improve the position.
Yeah, two good bishops and
two good bishops.
and a
Yeah.
good center.
Yes.
Okay, we take a look
Yeah.
at Erwin again. I think we have had his position on the board.
Okay,
almost.
so queen e5. She just took on b7 immediately. Queen e3, king b1, and now queen f4 played. Yeah, just keeping an eye on.
On f7 and 8 and all the pawns. Also,
Yeah, just.
good square.
Yeah, I don't think fundamentally much changed
No.
here. Just Arjun firmly in control. And what will be very annoying in the future, or already now, in fact, is that the knight, because of this diagonal, the weakness of b2, the knight doesn't have much mobility. The moment it moves, and then immediately queen f6 will force it back because b2 is just too weak. Very hard to protect b2. Bishop on b3 is fine, but this knight is an issue. And of course, there are these weaknesses. I would expect him to try something like knight g3, h5, knight f5, and try to go at these weaknesses. Yeah, how to do this with white? Maybe just give up on h4. Just go rook e1 and try to activate.
If I try to exchange queens.
Queen e4 or?
Yeah.
Maybe queen f6. Also threatening a little.
So you didn't allow it.
Well, I guess this can be played. Queen takes, knight takes. I do really like this endgame.
And now, at least my knight is free.
Yeah, the knight is free. Yeah, knight
because I
can
will not get mated,
yeah.
at least.
But I'm just afraid of this like h5 maybe, just to fix.
And knight d7 now.
Oh, I blundered an exchange, but yeah, you get the idea.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe rook e3 first.
Yeah, black is better, of course.
Yeah, black is clearly better. Yeah, Jordan is thinking about that position still.
Andy.
Andy, let's see. Woodward against Carlsen.
Yeah.
Bishop e5 is the last move we saw. Rook a7. c6. Knight c e2. I think Andy's doing a good job at controlling things. One issue is that it's not so easy to activate the queen because of b4 sometimes. Sometimes b7 will be hanging. I like what he did.
He's defending well. And how many moves have they made?
24.
60 moves, 60 minutes for
Yeah, because the bishop looked a bit clumsy on d1, but on c2 it looks very good.
Yeah.
It just makes sure that c5 knight is controlled. There are ideas of knight f5 sometimes. And that idea g4 is again coming in play as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I think black is fine, but not perhaps not more than that. I'm wondering if it's smart to try something like bishop c8 96 to regroup in that way.
Defend the pawn. So
Yeah, so the knight can move. Yeah, because queen f6 b4 is a problem, right? Or
yeah, it would be very good to take on b7 if I get the chance.
yes,
Yes,
I just don't see the
trick.
let's say here. Just rook. We could also take on e6 first, and then rook b7. Yeah, this I think it just doesn't work.
If you don't have anything with rook a8, then it should be a big attack somehow.
Yeah.
But I'm not convinced.
And Magnus, 14 minutes, by the way.
Yeah.
For 16 moves. Yeah, we noticed this before. He's a little bit slow here.
Yeah.
Had a big time trouble against Zuzhiner yesterday.
And against
Jordan, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to do this? I mean, you can play a move like Queen B6, just kick the rook away, and if the rook A1 to go back to D8, for instance. I mean, it's possible, but it's not really, of course, the type of thing he's looking for.
No.
I mean, the other thing that I mentioned is Bishop C8 to protect B7, so that B4 is no longer a big deal. The knight can maybe take that E6 square from the bishop.
But then we will get the F5 square.
Exactly. Then that will become, so let's say B4, 96, knight F5. You'll suddenly, there are also some issues. Yeah, it's a difficult position, simply. He has this blockade, but what to do next? And going towards 12 minutes.
Can we take a look at Jordan?
Yes.
Against Nils, because he didn't play b4. Played bishop.
He played bishop f4, huh?
So if we now take the bishop, he will take the...
Yes, so if knight takes f4, then g takes f4 suddenly turns the center into some kind of turbo
avalanche
mode.
Yeah.
And if c5?
No, maybe we can take.
What's the take, yeah? Yeah, because of course rook c5, bishop d6 is an issue, and if dc... Of course, we don't have the square now, but I'm wondering if it's anyway not an achievement to...
But maybe bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6. How was this move? I'm not sure we should be fearful for this endgame.
No, maybe
just
not.
King g7 and some...
95.
95 at some point. And you still have this majority here. Yeah. Not so easy to come up with other moves, huh? Maybe rook d... Yeah, but of course d5 becomes a thing now as well. Yeah, I wanted to propose this to go c5, dc5, rook takes c5.
Okay.
But d5 is already problematic, I think.
Yeah. Can we take a look at Carlson?
Aha,
Carlson, because he
top
made
developments.
made one move at least.
He made a move. Oh, he made a big move. Knight f4.
So why
It's a
can
very
we?
big move.
Why can we not take it? Is the big question.
So let's try to.
Yeah, you take.
G takes and bishop takes. So I'm assuming that he wants to play queen b6 either immediately or after recapturing. This diagonal is a little bit for instance, if the rook drops back, I mean, at the very least, there is such a move, I think. Followed by taking here and total collapse.
But if I take on e5,
at this point,
yeah.
bishop takes e5. And if d takes e5, you want to go queen a5 or?
I want to take an h6 and deliver a
Ah,
draw.
deliver a perpetual.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is also possible, of course. Yeah. Okay, let me. So if queen a7, it's a perpetual check. Eh?
Yeah.
There's nothing to do. So the only way to play is knight takes e4, but it's crazy, yeah.
Now the bishop is.
Now the bishop also enters. Yeah, this is not. No, this is not possible. Okay. So what do we make of this? Because similarly, I'm now guessing after queen f4, queen b6, you could again go queen h6, right?
Mm.
Perpetual check is coming.
You can move your rook.
You can move the rook, but I'm afraid that this one is also, this guy is also joining.
Yes.
I mean, perpetual check at least. D takes e5, bishop h7, bishop g6, etc. Maybe more than that, but so after knight f4, let's just so knight takes f4, g takes f4, bishop takes f4. What's the trick here? Or is it a draw?
Maybe.
Okay, one more try. So queen e6 we did. You played bishop takes
e5.
e5. D takes e5, queen takes h6.
Yeah.
So here we could also move the rook, right? Let's say to e8 maybe? Yeah, and after the checks we just run away, right? Just yeah, it's funny how it's all hanging here on the diagonal. Yeah, I think this is the...
I give a last try.
Yeah.
Knight f5.
Knight f5, yes.
I take on e.
Yeah, you can take on e4.
Can take everything.
Yeah, can take on e4 and f5 or not?
Check. So I have
Yeah,
my
king
king.
h h1, let's say, or
h2.
h2.
Mm.
Bishop f5, and now f takes e4. Huh?
Mm.
Still very dangerous, because the moment we take here, you play e takes f5 and f6 comes, and this one comes.
Yeah, it's not easy to make
Not
it.
easy. It's really not easy. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, knight f5 is just. So should you just allow a perpetual check? Just take the rook and that's it?
But then we don't win the tournament. Maybe?
Yeah, then the tournament win is
In doubt. at
in
least.
doubt. Yeah, in big doubt. Yeah. Well, Zushiner is fighting, so I mean that game is far from over. But also Abdzatorov will still be half a point ahead of Magnus. Okay, knight f4. Want to give it one more shot?
Yeah.
I have the feeling we're missing something.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, we have to take it, right?
Yes.
Let's take it twice. I mean, bishop f2 makes no sense.
No.
So
we
let's take
should
it again.
And here is the moment of truth.
Yes. So we had this option of taking and going queen b6, but it felt a bit weird to leave this e5 option, right? In the air. So queen h6 and then e5, there's already perpetual. This doesn't feel like it's a good direction, right?
No.
So let's go queen b6. Now we were taking. Yeah, DE is forced like this.
Yeah.
And queen takes h6. Trying to give perpetual check. Yeah, I just reckon black is not running any risk here. Huh?
No.
It's really about perpetual check. Yeah. I mean, black can take the rook on a7 and it will be a draw. But is there more than that? Struggling a bit.
I don't see it.
Struggling a bit. And I guess we're also fairly certain that Andy's going to take on f4, right? I don't think you want to allow that knight to sit there.
Yeah, it should be that there is some very big flaw in our variations.
Yes.
Could be.
Yes.
Maybe it's not working at all.
Well, I mean, okay, b4 is maybe a question as well. To just go for the b7 pawn. Maybe not out of the question.
Is it then again queen b6?
But queen b6, I think knight takes e6. And then we move the knight, the rook. So let's say after knight e6, rook a2. And that's it, right? But maybe you can take on a7, knight f8. yeah, it doesn't
No.
always be seen in the end. How's bishop takes c4? Because if you take the knight, d takes c5. This looks interesting, at least.
Yes. Some pieces are hanging.
Yes. I mean, we cannot even move the knight because, yeah, e2 is just hanging. And I think after knight takes f4, yeah, cd even. Is this problematic?
So this was a way to try to improve.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
but I mean, probably he just has to take on I think we found the reason. Before bishop takes c4 looks pretty dangerous. And I think that he's just calculating knight takes f4 now. And yeah, trying to assess this position. And of course we are nicely moving the pieces.
Yeah.
But they're doing this all in their head.
Yeah.
And it's not so easy. It's very difficult, I think, to see all these
all these pins.
Yes.
On the diagonal.
Yeah, a position like the one we have on the board right now, where everything is sort of pinned and half hanging and half lost, and then white takes on e5, and you have to assess 5-6 moves in advance if this is a perpetual or not. Difficult, difficult. But I do think that Andy is going to go for this. Because it is hard to come up with a different move here. And Niels has played quite interestingly. Can we see that?
Yeah.
I mean, we will come back, of course, to this this game because it's heating up. After bishop 4, he went back to d8 again. And now you're going to play b4, and d5 was played. At first sight, I would say just e5.
Yeah.
It's played. And positionally, I like this for white.
Yeah. Rook f8.
He played, but yeah, you're not gonna get f6 in, I guess. So wants to regroup somehow.
Is he playing for f5?
F5 maybe, yeah. But that too is.
But why else to put the rook on f8?
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what he's. But I'm just not really liking it. How is queen e3 here? Because f5, even just simply taking it. Rook f6 and yeah, I think even it's completely unnecessary. But even such a position just opens a couple of bishops, but the bishop will come to e5. Bleh. Really don't like this. I think it's getting out of hand. Maybe even fast.
So what move are they on? Because I can...
move 29. Yes. Niels has 7 minutes 53 for 11 moves.
11 moves.
I mean, a dream scenario for Niels, something like g4, then f5. And takes, rook takes. And well, in this case, it even wins a piece. But I wanted to point out that the knight will come to e6.
Six.
Let me blunder the queen temporarily. Knight f8, queen g3, something like this. This would be great.
Yeah, it's
Rook coming to f8.
advantage even.
Yeah, big advantage probably. Beautiful knight on on e6. But it's just never going to happen.
No.
That's just there's just no scenario where that is realistic. I mean, most likely, I think Jordan will move his queen from f5. Jordan just has to prepare for f5. That's the only thing he needs to do. And I think queen e3 is one way to do it, but there could also be other ways.
A position like, let's say, here you move your queen.
Yeah, let's say queen e3.
And I take on f4.
Yeah,
take
g takes f4.
And I play f5.
Yeah, I guess takes already wins because of this f5.
Yeah, okay.
But you mean, let's say we
yes.
pretend that it doesn't. Yeah,
yeah. Can we play? Is it?
And to just play this position.
Yeah, play it with g4, and is it also very good for white? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, at least it's a bit locked now. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that you can still slowly prepare some action, but at least it's locked a bit. Yeah.
But maybe we cannot even reach this. Probably not.
Yeah, because you cannot get f5 in.
No.
So if taking on if you cannot follow up with f5,
then we should of course not.
Then it's just yeah, those pawns start marching.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
And Woodward, he seems to be confused. It's not moving.
Taking his time, huh?
Yeah.
Taking his time. Let's go there. Really taking his time. He dropped below Magnus on the clock. On the other hand, this could be the last big thing he needs in the game. If he calculates knight takes f4 to the end, then it could just be that he just finishes the game. Yeah, just making sure that everything. But he's ambitious. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he just plays a move.
Yeah.
I don't know which one, but a move. That he sees that knight takes f4, maximum draw for white, and he just makes a different move, knight f5 or whatever other move there is. Wouldn't surprise me. He's quite ambitious in general. Looks very modest, but you see, bishop f2.
What did he play?
Bishop f2.
Bishop f. Okay.
That's
okay.
Show some guts.
Yeah.
Let's show some guts. Yeah, what he wants to do is bring the knight to g3 and then to f5. That's his plan, I think.
Yeah.
And you cannot do that immediately because of knight takes h3, perhaps. Or at least that's what he was probably fearing, because the knight is then hanging. So I think his move bishop f2 prepares knight g3. Very logical move.
Knight takes f4 was also a very logical move.
Yes.
To take the pawn, but
yes.
that must be big.
Yeah. Well, either we miss something, which is not unheard of.
No.
Here after knight f4. So either we miss something here,
or he's more ambitious,
or he's simply more ambitious, which is very possible as well. Yeah, he spent 19 minutes on bishop f2. But the plan is pretty. Just bring a knight to f5. Why not? It's a beautiful outpost. Yeah, this is gonna be wild soon.
Yes.
And just look at the clocks and you already know that it's gonna get completely out of hand. Because when you get low on time, you can there's no time to find all these small little moves. It's gonna get out of hand, one way or another.
We have the best bullet player in the world playing the best blitz player in the world.
I think Magnus is also not so bad in bullet.
No.
But yeah, I think in 1 minute chess, I'm not sure who I would put my money
No.
on. I know on Lichess, Woodward holds the record of
Yeah.
highest bullet rating. Something like 3,600.
Yeah. Okay, a quick look at Erwin game.
Yes. So where did we see that last? Queen f4, I think, was the last move we saw. Rook d7, rook a e8, rook h d1, queen f6, queen b5, and queen takes f3. Queen takes a5, knight f6, rook 7 d3. It's a funny position. But the big thing, I think, is that black's king is safer. White's king is much less safe. That's, I think, the main feature of this position.
Could be a new ending with 3 pawns against 3 pawns running.
3 pawns each, yeah. Yeah,
like
I mean,
against Gandelius.
Yes. Yeah, I was looking at this move now, queen g4. Just to try to pick it up.
Rook d4.
And if rook d4, I wanted to go rook e4, because if you go queen b4, there's queen takes d1. Nice little trick, which wins the rook.
But?
There's a but?
No, there is not.
You scared me for a second. So after queen g4, yeah, I'm wondering how white should protect against queen takes h4.
So if I play rook d4.
Yeah, rook e4.
And then I have to play rook.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. Yeah, that's also this whole trick becomes much less impressive the moment somebody points out that you can just take on d4. Yeah. Yeah, it's good that at least some people are still
Technical sharp.
Yeah. It also means, yeah, I just wanted to point out, he played queen f4. It means that it doesn't really matter where you... I thought it would be nice to keep an eye on the rook on d1. But given that rook d4, it's always met with queen d4. That's not really an important thing. So he just played queen f4. And I guess he intends to take on h4 next. Can you somehow get to the b4 pawn? Because if you can just take on h4, yeah, it becomes a bit...
And if you play queen g5, we will still lose the pawn, I guess, on g5.
Yeah, I guess we just take in knight e4.
Okay, we try rook d5. We have to defend.
Rook d5, yeah.
because we will probably lose this pawn on g5 one way or another.
She has played queen g5. She has played queen g5. Okay, maybe from the very start, so queen g5, because there are always some options.
But he took.
He took already, yeah?
Yeah, and played knight d4.
Ah, it's they're now speeding up. Rook d5 also played. Okay. Okay. And rook e5 played already. Aha. I thought this could be an issue, but it's far from an issue. Because you always have check. And yeah, this looks horrendous. Yeah, very critical moment, because if g5 just drops, then I don't think there's much hope.
No, then the h pawn start running.
Yes, and especially because this b4 pawn is still alive, and it means that these pawns are just not really going anywhere. Keeping a bit an eye on the other games,
Yeah.
but
Let's take a look at Carlsen again, because they made a few moves. And they play rather slow.
oh, okay, okay, okay. Bishop f2, knight takes e2, knight takes e2, queen f6, bishop e3, bishop takes h3 has just been played. So it heated up even faster than we were expecting. I guess we should look at what happens when you take that bishop.
Yes.
Queen takes f3. Maybe bishop d4? Or
yeah.
I'm a bit afraid of yeah, queen h3 and this.
So
Let's try to eliminate the bishop. And if takes on h3, then maybe this.
Yeah, we take back.
Phew. Especially in time trouble, this is a difficult thing to meet. Like how's queen c3, probably queen g4, eh?
We will not exchange. Check.
Yeah, I was wondering if how this is such a position. Maybe you can take on b7 or go queen f3. Hard to assess. Very hard to assess. Yeah, maybe rook b7. And he hasn't yet taken on h3, right?
No.
Is there an alternative? Is there another move?
What could it be? Can postpone with b4 or something, but I don't see the point.
That's
the knight is just coming to the king side.
Yes.
Now we must try to take. F. Take.
I guess he'll take eventually, but blitz game incoming. until move 14. 13 moves.
5 minutes each.
5 minutes each, yeah. Okay, we will get back, but just maybe a quick tour around before we see this time trouble. Zushiner against Irigaishi played knight b6.
It is trying to improve the knight.
Yes. And after rook d5, knight takes d5. She's ready to take on b4. And then we get our endgame that we talked about. It would be hilarious to get this. I mean,
Again.
So this is, well, she's still fighting. I think. She's still fighting. Well, Edokmus we know drew with Abdusatorov. Jordan, the queen e3 happened. f5 was played. En passant, rook takes f6. Yeah, and here he has a very pleasant choice. I think his advantage is very, very serious. Yeah, I think we tried bishop g6 followed by g4, but that was just one idea, which is not at all needed. Could also just bring the rooks, rook f1, rook e1, bishop e5 maybe also. Many options. Many options. Yeah, so he's just doing very well. Let's get back to Magnus.
Yeah. It's now down to
and
4 minutes.
He makes a different. He makes b4. I think I saw his hand going, to b4. So I guess he, after 96, g takes h3, queen f3, he now has access to the third rank, and perhaps he wants to make use of that. Something like queen d3, queen h3, and I'm glad I'm not there.
Trying to understand.
I'm a bit lost here, I feel. 4 minutes each. After b4. Yeah, 96.
Yeah.
It's the obvious move, right? I mean, you could pick up another pawn, but I don't really see the upside. Is this? Yeah, it shouldn't be. I guess 96 will come, but after what happened the last few moves, I'm a little bit less confident.
Yeah.
Three and a half minutes for 12 moves. Yeah, I played 96.
No, didn't.
He didn't? Or 97? Oh, wow, I thought his knight went.
Yeah.
His hand went. Okay, 97. Okay. So he probably feels that sometimes the knight can jump in via e5.
And then land on f3.
Yes.
Again.
Yes. So we still expect the bishop to be taken at some point. Could it be that after knight e6, white could just ignore this bishop, maybe even take on b7 just? Could that have been Because now at least after 97, you're threatening to bring the bishop back, back to e6. So it probably forces you to take on h3. No, it doesn't. He takes on b7. It's very difficult to predict what's happening here.
So if we bring the bishop back,
To e6. Yeah, I lost all my just afraid to afraid to speak.
Yes.
Maybe just c5 or 94. Yeah, bishop e6 played. We're back. We're back.
Yes. First correct move in 2 hours.
And 94 played, yeah.
Yeah, we can.
So Andy, he really keeps control. Huh? He's not. He didn't allow himself to be dragged into that mess of taking the bishop on h3. Perhaps it was very dangerous. It did look very dangerous. He just keeps control in this, or at least
now rook
tries to keep control in this in this way.
Rook a8 was played.
Yeah, it's of course a pity for Andy that you no longer have rook a7 now to block because the knight has just moved to d4. And this is huge though, the rook entering. That's really yeah, I think he played that very happily, rook 8.
Yeah.
So let's take a pawn just for fun. I think here he wants to give a check. And bishop c3. Is that correct? But actually, many moves probably. It just looks very good.
Yeah.
Very active. Two and a half minutes for Andy.
Move. Which move?
Move 30 has just been made. 10 more moves.
10 more moves. Okay.
We're slowly moving from blitz game to a bullet game.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this rook entering is changing things quite drastically. But regardless of what's happening, I like how Andy has been playing this. He had a few times he could have played something safe. He could have taken on f4. He could have done earlier. He could have taken on e5, but he kept the game going all the time. One and a half minutes. He's about to make a move.
No.
Some hesitation.
Yeah. Not for too long, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be happy with, judging by the facial expressions. I think it's very likely he overlooked or misevaluated this move rook a8. 40 seconds. And he has taken on e6. So you can start with a check or just recapture immediately. Would you give a check first or?
Yeah, probably you would.
Looks attractive, right? To give the check, force king f2, and then I think queen e6 is also. For this threatens queen c4 because there's a mating threat on f1, so you can leave the knight hanging. Also, some ideas of g4. Many, yeah, this looks very good. This looks very good.
So he gave the check.
No, has he? Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
He has not.
No.
No.
Oh.
He's taken on
Okay.
e6 straight away.
The long board. We took.
So he's keeping the check in reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, c4 is probably hanging now, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
You could almost see that the confidence
Yeah,
is gone.
You see it literally. Yeah.
It's not like before.
10 seconds.
Time to move.
Bishop d3 played.
With 2 seconds on the clock.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think that you need to do anything very special with
No.
play. I mean, I even think if you go knight f6 or give a check and go knight f6, it should be just winning. Just positionally, it's quite busted. The whole position. Yeah, I quite like this rook a1 knight f6 thing. If there's nothing, want to go knight g4, queen f6, and queen f1, if allowed. He's giving the check.
King f2.
King f2. Yes, knight f6 is a move. Maybe there are also other moves. You do want to watch out for some rook b8, bishop g5 things, maybe. Don't want to suddenly. I don't know if it works. Maybe it doesn't even work. Just go here. But something to think about. Could be at least scary looking in time trouble.
Yeah.
He's played knight f6. Yeah. So knight g4, I think a huge threat now. "30 seconds for Andy. Goes rook a7.
Trying to.
Does this allow knight g4? He wants to go king e2 probably. Because just to point out, this is mate on f1. But perhaps after knight g4, he wants to go king e2. And that could work. I mean, it looks very shaky, but Magnus says 1.5 minutes. I mean, if of course Andy were able to get the rooks off, it would be a great relief. Unless there's a move like c5.
And the bishop is
And the bishop is out. Oof. Oof.
The bishop d4. And
Yes, this could also be... He hasn't gone for that. He's gone rook h1. Yeah, of course. He just keeps the rooks on the board. Knight g4 is still a threat now. That same trick with the queen f1 mate. But also just, yeah, knight h5. It also looks very good. Just infiltrating those squares. We were talking about them some hours ago, and now they start to be 14 seconds. King e2 maybe, or yeah, king e2. Knight h5.
Right, yeah, knight h5. Or
Bring,
check.
yeah, plate. Yeah. Yeah, this is what it looks like when things get completely out of hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magnus is playing it very controlled. Just brings the knight in.
Queen a2.
With 1 second
With 1
on the clock.
Yes.
He played this move. Yeah, he started looking for... you start looking for mate already, right? Like bishop c3 type moves. He played g4. Yeah, it's just collapsing. He just wants to take on f3, give a check.
Take the queen.
You have to say he's pretty ruthless in the execution so far. Yeah, it's completely over. It's completely over. And it means that we keep the tension in the tournament to the maximum, basically.
Yes.
He played f4. I think that pawn will be taken.
Yeah, but how do we take it?
It's so many options. So many nice options here. Could even queen f6 you could still play. In order to play knight f4 bishop queen f4. And fe is still queen f1 and then queen c1 and queen e1 mate. Carlsen 1 minute now, but I don't think he's really stressed about this one anymore. He knows he just needs to... ...40 seconds. Okay, some hesitation. Ah, rook a1. Okay. Rook a1. I guess
We cannot sacrifice.
I guess you must or not go queen takes, or am I?
What can I? Is there not a move with the queen? Because the rook is.
Yeah, but then it will
I'll
be.
take.
It will just be. Yeah, he took again with 1 second.
Yeah, but this is not working. I think.
Bishop a1, rook a1, and now queen f6, or
on knight g3 and take on e4. It's a possibility.
Which move, sorry?
Knight
Knight g3 takes e4. Oh, like that. Yeah.
Played.
Yeah, and this was move 39. And knight takes e4 will be move 40. So, yeah. Magnus...
he will win this game.
Yeah, he's going to win this game. That's pretty clear now. Yeah, it quickly got out of hand. Huh? I mean, it's somewhere around these parts.
It doesn't look too happy, Andy, of course.
Yeah, no, he knows it's just over. Yeah.
Okay, we take a look at the other games. Sue against Erwin.
Oh, a lot of things happened. Yeah, of course we stayed with the Carlsen game for quite some time.
Yeah.
Last thing we saw was knight b6. Knight takes g5. Rook e5, bishop e5, knight d7, rook e8. a4. Take. Knight takes, rook takes, b takes a3. So
the pawn up for black.
Yeah, and also I think the pawns are more mobile somehow. So king f8 was played, king b2, king e7, a4, f5, king d6, c4, king c5, a5, and this was move 40. Has Arjun done this in the best possible way, or? It doesn't look so clear at all anymore, right?
No. The a pawn is...
No, I mean, if we go back to move 34, this position, I mean, this looks, I would say, sort of winning.
But he didn't...
And he didn't really push the...
He went with the king.
Yeah, and... Yeah, this is... How to even play here?
40 moves are...
Yeah, 40 moves, they reach the time control.
So let's take a look at Niels.
Yeah, okay, let's briefly take a little tour. You're right.
Because I think they're still in time trouble, or not?
So he went for that bishop takes g6 thing, rook g6 and g4.
Yeah.
Rook e8, rook d2. Let's quickly go to the critical position. Yeah, just obstacle of bishops, but the bishop is so much better on e5. And this is the current position.
Is it 40 moves? Maybe?
Rook f4 was move 41.
Okay, so they have passed the time control.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks still very, very good for white, right?
Should we explain why should the bishop on e5 be better than the bishop on e4? Because it looks the same.
Oh, yeah, go. Yeah.
It's also the other pieces, of course.
That's the thing.
Yeah, the f-file.
White's potential on the king side is much greater.
Yeah.
The f-file is white's. Queen on g3, and there's just an attack against the king coming. The extra pawn also plays a role. Can be used to open up the position. I was even in this position. I mean, it's not at all necessary, but even such a move followed by g5, it's not completely out of the question. Such a way of playing, just to immediately try to crash through on g7. Also looks like something he might, because he played rook f4 after queen e7.
So maybe rook f7 is not the move you want to play and move 39 or 40.
But this was move 41.
This was
Yeah, this was yeah.
okay.
So he had this option of going rook f7 here,
Okay.
but he decided against it. And we can briefly see it maybe, just to queen f7, rook f7, king f7, g5.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous.
It looks very dangerous, right? G takes h6 is just threatened.
Okay, if we try to defend, we take the pawn.
Yeah,
to G5.
takes. So queen takes g5.
We have to
rook g8.
Yeah, we have to defend.
Let's say g4 or something. And then we bring the king.
Yeah.
And then it's a question: is it enough to win this? It does look very promising to me.
Yeah.
Black can barely move.
Mm.
You can never go g6 because of h6. The rook cannot move. Yeah.
And this move can move, but where?
Yeah, where to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, maybe something to ask after the game. But he played rook f4. So now the question is, can black play queen g5 to play here after rook f7? But in any case, I think it's still very, very dangerous. Queen f2 maybe. Yeah, still a very dangerous position. Even better. Yeah, just trapping the queen. Yeah. And this is not going to be a fortress, this position. Because there are just too many weaknesses. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe he doesn't want to rush things. So he goes rook f4. Keeps all the options in reserve.
And in the Carlsen game, some more moves have been played.
Okay.
After move 40.
Yeah, after move 4. So after king c, so he took on e4, king c2, f5, b5, cb, rook a8, king g7, cb, and now queen d5 was played. The current position. Yeah, it's just, I mean, you don't resign with white.
No.
You make a few more moves, but yeah, everybody knows what's going on, let's say. Black needs to make a few more, not even difficult, just normal moves. And then the position should just, like, I don't know, rook a7, king g6. And if b6, probably knight c5 is very strong. I think knight c5 is very strong. And just attacking d3, attacking g2. And if bishop c5, then queen takes c5 takes the b6 pawn.
And it's over.
And that should be over. Yeah, so something along those lines. I think this game has lost a bit of its intrigue.
I suggest we take a short break.
Yes, that's a good idea, I think.
After the trouble, and we will be back. Yeah. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, we are following the rest of the round. We have one decided game, I think.
Yes, that's the game between
Dogmus
Dogmus.
and Abdusatarov.
Yes.
It was a draw. I would not say it was quickly because it was quite.
It was interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
But it just it reached its climax very very early, and but it definitely had some content that that game for sure. Should we first check in with Andy and Carlson?
Yeah.
So we left that game after Queen D5. Rook C8 was played, and Knight F2.
Okay, threatening the bishop, but of course you will have to check what happens if we take it.
Yes, so the bishop is attacked, so bishop F2 is the first move to check. I guess he just wants to take on G2
and
take on F2, after which the G pawn will decide. So cute little move, Knight F2.
Yeah.
Hard to come up with a good answer.
We have to take it, I say.
Yeah, I think we have to take it. Queen G2.
We have to move the king.
Yes, let's say to where?
Up somewhere.
Up. B3, C3.
Yeah.
Queen F2. Yeah, it also stops the B pawn, so there's also no real counterplay.
We have to get the pawn running, so we have to play Rook C6.
Yes. G3. I think black is faster.
Yes. And with two queens starting to give checks.
Well, that's
normal mate.
Like we could even. I mean, this is completely unnecessary, but I think even this is not gonna end well. But once those queens start checking,
normally it's very quick mate with two queens.
I think it's 2-3 moves away here. Yeah. Yeah.
Do we expect Woodward to resign right now?
It's possible he can also make one or two more moves, but I don't think we doubt the result anymore. So maybe we should move to.
We go to the two.
Yeah, because that was very interesting. What happened there? Really interesting endgame. But I want to just briefly go through this position. So this was move 36, and yeah, I always say this with a bit of reluctance because these players are very, very strong. But I think Arjun took the wrong path here. He spent a lot of time bringing the king over, and then pushed his f pawn. I think he should just run. He should just make. I mean, this is not really going very far, and yeah, I don't really see what. I think he's just winning, to be honest. And the way it happened after King F8, King B2, King E7, A4, F5, Bishop D5, very strong. King E6, C4, King C5, A5. Now White has very serious counterplay. I mean, from the position from where we started, going back again here. Sorry, here. Black only managed to put the pawn on F5, while currently the position is like this. Suddenly, there's real counterplay. Of course, we still take black. Black's probably much better still, but it became more interesting.
Yeah. The last move is Rook E3 check.
Rook E3 check. Yeah, I assume that if you go up, that black plays 94.
Threatening to give a
check. Threatening to give a very big check. That means you have to take on E4, and then Rook E4 comes, and yeah, this Rook endgame is quite hopeless. I think. Yeah, this should just be winning. So I expect that she goes either to B2 or to A2. B2 looks a bit more natural to me, but perhaps there's a concrete reason why A2 is a better square. But I mean, she's still in the game.
Yeah,
it's far from over because right now, White's pawns are just further advanced, and the bishop is generally very good at dealing with races like this, because the bishop, on the one hand, stops these pawns from promoting, but also helps white's pawns promote on the queen side. So it's a much better piece than the knight in this type of position. Knight can only support, of course, a small part of the board. Bishop on d5 looks very good. So I think after king b2 or king a2 perhaps, this is still very open. This game, and even before we were thinking that it's already finished. It does look like Zuziner is still in the game. You want to give it a shot, maybe? See if we can
go back.
So king b2, let's say.
What do we do?
Maybe king b4. And she has played king b2, so because if rook a1, I mean check, that looks dangerous, right? To
exchange the rook and just take the pawn.
Yeah, even that simple. Yeah, you can just take the rook and take the pawn. And yeah, those three
They are enough.
They're enough.
So I guess white must play a6.
Yeah, white must play a6. Which is maybe also fine.
So this should be a mating attack or what? Rook e2 and...
Yeah, but is it, though?
No, I don't think.
I don't really think it's... Or maybe to a1 even, not to even get any checks. And the a-pawn starts running. And king b3, there's rook d3, but there's even c5 check as well.
So what should we try to get the rook to the a file with black instead of giving the check?
To play rook a3 maybe, yeah?
Maybe rook b3 check first.
Rook b3 check first, yeah. Because rook a3, there is rook a1.
Yes.
And the a-pawn runs. So rook b3 first. King c2, let's say.
Yeah.
Rook a3. Yeah, this is this is good. But still, this pawn is. Let's say you play bishop b7. Yeah, knight e4. Yeah, it's
move the knight in
quickly. Yes. He played differently. He played differently. After king b2, he played knight e6.
I coming with a knight already.
Played knight e6. So how does it work? I guess if we push, there's king b6 just.
Rook a1. King a7.
Rook a1 and then king a7, blocking everything. So that looks good. Did Carlsen win? That's a good question.
Yes, he did.
Yes. Let's just briefly check in on that. Thanks for pointing that out. After knight f2, rook c7 check was played. King g6, bishop c4, queen d1 check, king b2 d5, and that was it. Yeah, so they made a few more moves, and that was fascinating game, right?
Yeah, very good.
So Carlsen really took the risks in the opening, played the King's Indian, tried to get a game. He managed, and
the big mistake I understand from Andy Wood was.
I think the critical moment was here. Oh, I mean, there were many interesting moments already, but after knight d4, rook a8, it felt like the position is collapsing.
Yeah,
the rook is coming in, and it just felt like there isn't. Yeah, once these pieces start to work, and with already all these dark squares weakened, it became very straightforward winning position. Very good for the tension in the tournament.
Yes.
I mean, of course, we wish Andy all the best, obviously. But in terms of tournament victory, the race is on. Huh?
Yeah, we'll see a very interesting game tomorrow between Carlsen and Erwin.
Yes, that's going to be a great battle. Yeah. All right, so that game has been decided. Shall we briefly go to Jordan as well?
Mhm.
Rook f4 was played, c5, and g5.
Mhm.
So he decided to go for it. And this was taken, queen takes g5. Oh, is he...
Rook g.
Did he miss rook e5?
Okay.
Because, well, moving the queen, of course, loses to rook g7.
Mhm.
Rook takes e5. Because you really don't want to take the queen here, I think. After rook g2, black is winning. It means you probably, instead of that, have to take on e5. And then queen takes e5 happens. And suddenly...
Okay, we have one exchange, but...
Two beautiful pawns as well.
Yeah, yeah. And a good bishop.
And I'm pretty sure this is not...
It's not over.
This was not planned.
No.
I mean, unless we're missing something here, but this is not a clear position, right?
No. Good chances for black to make a draw, or even more. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think that black is worse.
No.
Here. I mean, it's such a... Once c4, c3, once it starts, the bishop is so well placed on e4. Yeah. And you started thinking after queen takes g5. So c5, I mean, g5, if I see correctly here, he spent 30 seconds on that one. So that's more or less, it was more or less an instant move.
Okay.
And after queen takes g5, he started thinking.
That's not a good sign.
That's usually not how it works.
Yeah, he has missed.
Yeah, he's missed rook takes d5 or misevaluated something. Or so Niels is completely back in the game.
Yes.
Completely back in the game. I would even say that he's not worse at all anymore. I mean, if this is really the position that that black needs to be going for, white rather has to be going for, then
yeah, why should it be bad for black?
Yeah, I would pick black in such a position. King is pretty safe now. I mean, queen f2 can try to give it, but it's not that threatening. I think. Let's say, even maybe you can get away with such a move. Yeah, even such a move. It's. I mean, if you also need to exchange queens here, then it really starts to be very tricky for white, because these pawns are just huge. Yeah, I think a huge turnaround in this game. And once again, instead of this, there was this option of going rook f7, which by now looks like a dream compared to the game. I mean, this position is just looks absolutely wonderful, right? Yeah, this could very well be a big mischance for Jordan. It would surprise me if this is not winning for white.
Can I sacrifice my rook on e5? Maybe take on. I don't know if I should
take on g5 first.
Yeah,
yeah, because otherwise g6 might also be.
Yeah.
So
and
queen takes.
And now you just take.
Yeah, d takes.
And I put my rook on e6.
Takes.
And I pretend it's a.
Yeah, I'm not really buying it.
No, because there are pawn comings.
Yeah, they're just I mean, queen f4, g5.
No, I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we take a look again at
Yeah.
Ion.
Yes. Yeah. But this is definitely also one we need to pay attention to, because it's clear that things are happening here in this game. Yeah, knight e6, rook h1 was played. She simply starts attacking the pawns. Simple as that. So if the h5, I think she wants to go rook g1 just. Yeah, and why not? Just want to attack the g6 pawn.
Rook f4.
Knight f4, you mean?
Sorry, knight f4.
Yeah, ace, maybe. How to. Maybe bishop f7?
I go for the pawn. Pawn. Rook e7.
Rook e7, huh? That's possible, of course, yeah. Can you still... Can you take here?
Okay, and then rook g5, I guess.
And rook g5?
Right. Take all the pawns. We even take the knight.
This is a funny situation.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Looks like it's a draw, because you're just, yeah, you're gonna take all the pawns.
Or the knight.
After rook h1, we have another move. Knight f4 was played.
Immediately. So if we take...
Yes, so the first question would be, what about rook h7, right?
Yes.
Knight takes d5.
Yeah.
C takes d5. King takes d5 and a6. This
is close to a draw.
This is very close to a draw, I think. I mean, if the rook really has to go back to e8 now to stop it.
I thought the rook e6, but I don't think it's...
Yeah, rook e6, a7, and then probably some
rook g7.
7.
Just take.
Okay, king e4.
Maybe. So it's not clear. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's better to just. Yeah, it's still some work to do. King c3 maybe. To try and. Arjun is definitely still pushing, but I have a feeling she's well within the drawing margin objectively. Objectively. And if that's the case, then we will have 3 leaders, I think, going into the final. Is that right? If they draw the game? We have Erdogmus, we have Magnus. And after a draw, that would also mean that Erigeis is also on 4 points.
And Jordan, he's on
2. He was on 50%.
Okay.
Yeah. So he has a chance to come within half a point, but
if you win,
normally that's not enough. If three people are.
Abdusattorov is half a point behind.
Yeah, he's half a point behind. Yeah.
So, and what happened in the Nils game?
Yes, let's go there. I just wanted to point out that he didn't go for that position, because after queen g5, yeah, it's just not attractive, I think, to play this line.
No.
There's just nothing to hope for. So he took on g5 instead and went rook f7 after a deep think.
Okay, so we should play rook e7, I guess.
Yeah, is there a question of which rook, or it doesn't matter? I mean, this one is instinctively.
This is a natural move, at least. Does he want to take and play take on c5 and play bishop
To
d6?
take and to play BC.
And bishop d6.
Rook f7.
And draw offer.
Yes. Once the rooks come off,
It's not so exciting anymore.
is there any way white can still play here? I don't see it.
Okay, so white could
I
go
think-
from 2800 to 2400 in
Well, this
a
is
second.
the famous quote, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and it happened.
It's well, this is just
Too impulsive played without thinking this g5.
yeah, it's yeah. I guess he in this position he spent some time. He thought about rook f7, of course. I mean, that's probably the first move he looked at. Yeah, maybe wasn't sure if it's winning or not. Then decided on this rook f4 and g5 plan. Made the move rook f4, and when g5 came, he just blitzed out g5. And yeah, very likely missed this rook e5 thing or somewhere. Something was missed because yeah, this is what we said. And instead of that, he then decided to take on g5 and go rook f7, but yeah, I don't really see the. Do you see a try still after rook e7? Is there some way to put some pressure, or
I think you should make a draw quickly before the.
yeah? No, I would also think that essentially your line just take and bishop d6. And then just yeah, rook f7, get the rooks off.
Take on c5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is one way how it might end. Niels is spending some time though. I'm wondering if there is some difference, some subtle difference between the two rooks. I mean, you have to place one rook on e7 because this is too much of a threat. Rook takes e5. Could he be considering that? It's too much, right?
Okay, trying to win.
Yeah, but
Please don't.
I always love your optimism. That's just and now just yeah, this is losing attempt.
Yeah.
This is not a winning attempt.
But of course, you are allowed to think about it.
Yes.
Please
yeah.
don't play it.
Yeah. Yeah. Rook c8, rook f8. It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
This cannot really be played, I think. No, I think he'll go rook e7 and. And what did Zuziner play? We have a move.
She moved the bishop. She didn't take on h7.
She moved the bishop to b7. Okay.
So now the a pawn is a real threat, at least.
I like it. She just keeps the bishop on the board. Knight d3 check. Just made by Arjun.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you would like to go up, I think, but then knight d5 check and knight takes c4. It's probably a bit disturbing. You cannot attack. Everything comes with tempo. That's so where to go? Maybe to c2.
Yep.
She has gone to c2. Yeah.
And knight before.
And knight before check. And king d2. They're playing this fast.
It's so easy.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. Or maybe just to not get behind in time.
Yeah, that's also it's also more practical, perhaps. So if I just bring the rook to a3 now, You take on h7? Or?
Yeah, I take the pawn.
And after rook a5, there's rook g7, right?
Yeah. Now you have to.
No, because I thought that this was strong. But I think you just win the pawn, right? Rook f6. It's very unfair, but
Rook d7.
yeah, you can give a check.
What do
There's no. You don't win the pawn.
Not because I don't have a.
Maybe you go
king e3
here.
Yeah. Rook
Yeah,
e7,
yeah,
king
yeah,
e4.
yeah. Rook e7, king e4. So you do win the pawn. Yeah. Yeah.
So then we will see rook and knight against rook.
I lost that once.
I didn't want to hear it because. So they are going to play it, you mean?
You know with whom I lost that? Rook knight against rook?
No.
With Carlsen.
Carlsen.
Yeah.
You played it
in Vaikase. Yeah, that was horrible. Horrible.
in time travel, of course.
No, not even.
No.
I just blundered.
Okay.
It was a very nice trick. If it really appears knight rook against rook, we can speak about it.
Yes.
For now, I prefer to not speak about it too
Yeah.
much.
You can look it up
Yeah,
if you want.
it's a very
Painful memory.
yeah.
Because
It was a very interesting game, by the way.
Yeah.
But
we also know
the end
about
was
Kasparov winning against Judith Polgar.
yeah.
Also
But her
she was
she was in the corner,
Yeah.
and it was a little bit more difficult. I think. I really had no
you
problems.
you were in the middle from the beginning.
Yeah, I was just completely no. I just really look it up.
Yes, I will look it up as well.
And Niels and Jordan, they are
They're going
yeah, okay.
exactly this way.
You can take on f1 now. Take the rooks off. Without rooks, it's just there's no way. There's just no way.
He will be kicking himself.
Yeah, this is one of those
Mm.
misses that just and has he made a move? He played BC. He didn't take the rook yet. Yeah, it is true that there's no real rush to take. It's not like white can avoid exchange of rooks. Because moving the rook away just allows c4. So d takes c5. Okay, now he's gonna take on f1. I'm pretty sure.
And then maybe
maybe
even d4 to stop the white pawn.
Yeah.
We want to come with a king.
Yeah, options, but
It doesn't matter. It's
d4. D4 is fine.
Yeah.
D4 is good. Yeah, this is gonna end in a draw.
Yeah.
And with a win, Jordan would still have been within half a point, but it essentially ends his chances in the tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, d4 played. Yeah, there's just.
And Niels, he will have a chance to catch. Yeah, because they're playing tomorrow.
They're playing tomorrow.
Yeah, so he has a chance to catch her.
Yes. Well, I mean, depending also on how her game finishes today.
I would say it will be a draw. Let's say.
Yeah, then he needs to win tomorrow.
Yeah.
Then he needs to win.
And he will be white tomorrow, so it will be.
They're still making some moves.
They're still playing.
Yes. Bishop e5, d3 played. Probably bishop c3.
Is there a way to lose?
Always. I guess.
I always yes.
Yeah, there's some ways, I guess. But it's hard at this point.
Yeah. But of course, this g7 pawn you have to take care of. But it doesn't matter. It's not.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe king h7 and g6 or. But he wants to go king f2, king e3 without losing the g pawn. King h7 he played. So he wants to go g6 to trade that weakness. I always quite like when these things just get played
Yeah.
out.
Yes.
Why not? We just get to see why it's a draw.
Yeah.
So I think king f2 will come. Yeah, we could switch, of course, to the Arjun game, because this game is not the most intriguing anymore.
No, so let's check what I'm doing.
Yeah, this is we get this position.
Yes.
So now rook g7 is what we thought. We thought this was leading to a draw, right?
Yeah.
So what does Arjun have planned? So we first recheck our line. So rook a7. We said rook g6. Rook takes b7. Rook f6. So if white manages to eliminate the final pawn, it's going to be rook knight against rook.
Yeah.
Which is hardly ever lost in practice.
There is only one known game.
Two. Yeah.
I also think there was a game with Bassem Amin winning.
Okay.
Maybe it was in the. It could have been in the Swedish league, actually.
But after rook g7, I mean, we are now, entering territory where it's becoming a forced draw almost. As in, can Arjun still avoid this rook knight? He could give a check, maybe.
Yeah, try to.
But you don't really get to. I mean, g2 is covered.
So I have to give one more check.
Yeah, and then king f4.
I have to give a check with my knight and hope for the best.
And then king g5.
And knight e5.
Maybe king somewhere
Yeah.
here. And king d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's even such a move. Just run. White is so active, it should be fine, right? Somehow. Maybe we were a little bit careless here, but yeah, so king f4, 93. Yeah, rook g7 hasn't been played yet, by the way.
No. And I can understand that you have to
calculate.
because
You're double
rook
checking it because of course after rook g7, rook a7, if rook g6 doesn't work, then you can resign immediately.
So you have to check.
And Niels is spending some time after king f2 still. He's just making sure.
Should I play king h6 or should I play g6? Yeah. Why not?
Let's just switch one more time, maybe. Perhaps one of the last times to this game. So is there, let's just imagine, is there a way to go wrong? I think there is maybe one. Let's say we play g6. White plays h6.
Yeah, to win some tempo.
King h6. Now play g3. And now we somehow king e3, king e4, king e5, and we promote. Something like this. Is that, it's not very realistic, right? And even here, probably it's still king e3, bishop c6 maybe, or f5, I don't know, f5 maybe. Yeah, hard to believe. I just don't see it.
No, we have to push.
Just don't see it. But Niels just wants to make sure. That's fine. But maybe if in this position after g3, maybe if you play it very slow, you play king h7, king e3, bishop f5, king d4, king g8, king e5. Maybe such a thing could become a little bit dangerous.
Yes.
But yeah, even here, I'm not sure at all it's winning. But chances. Yeah, both Zuziner and Grandelius taking their time.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay, so
Reject.
rook g7
Rook
doesn't work. Rook a7, rook g6, rook b7, rook f6. It doesn't work. There's one winning move here, we are told.
Must be some sort of attack. King.
Really? Is that? No, okay, no, sorry. For a second, I thought it's king d4,
Yeah.
knight d3 or
Yeah.
not, but
So there's
yeah, rook d5 check.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that's just king d4, rook f5, knight d3. But for a second, I thought it looked nice. Rook b2 coming, and then king c3 playing for mate, but this just loses the knight.
So this is not.
So this is not. This
Okay.
doesn't work. I guess a check is the only way to. But king e3. Oh, check.
Mhm.
King e3. There's knight c2 and knight d4. You protect the pawn.
Mhm.
So king e2 and now rook e6. Yeah, okay, this is it. Yeah, and rook e5 and then knight d3. That's how it's winning.
Yeah.
I think we blundered knight c2 earlier.
Mhm.
I think we just gave a check, king f4, and that was it. But knight c2 check and knight d4 protects the pawn, and that's over. Aha. So rook g7 doesn't work.
But it was played.
Let's say rook g7 doesn't work in the way we envisioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's working.
Yeah.
So rook a7,
Rook a7.
should be the dangerous move.
Okay, you could
King.
come with the king.
Yeah.
Some study-like things are gonna happen.
Yeah. So let's play king e3.
Yeah, king e3.
It's not so easy to pick up the bishop.
So, can I play knight c? Knight c6 is rook c7. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's very strong. Rook a7 played. So this is the current position. But she's definitely she's a very good calculator. She will definitely find that rook g6 that this sequence doesn't work. But maybe king e3 or others could work. So king e3, right? That was our yeah, that's a good one.
Mm.
Let me try a check.
You run.
And another check.
It's not check.
Oh, it's not a check. I wanted to check. In my head, I was already giving the next check.
Yeah. So where do I? So I have to be careful now. King e5.
Yeah, king g5 would be knight e6. So king e5. Ooh, difficult. f4.
F4, I think I can take on g6.
You can. Huh? Yeah, you can, and then take on f4. Yes. Is this the way?
Looks like it.
She's gone to c3. She's gone to c3, not to e3.
That looks strange.
Yeah. I mean, instinctively, you'd like to bring the king
To the pawn.
towards the pawns to capture them.
So now I could bring my rook to g3 if I want.
Ah, you mean just to protect them?
Yeah.
Yeah, just to go rook a3, rook g3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then we can go with a king and so on.
Yeah, rook a3 plate. Yeah. This looks like progress for Arjun.
Yeah. And for information, the game between Fan Forest and Gandelius
Yes.
finished in a
Let's
draw.
see what happened. They blitzed out a couple of moves. King h6.
White is a pawn up, but
yeah, there's
yeah.
g4. He played g6, king e3, bishop c6, hg, king d6, king d3, bishop, king f7, and yeah, they agreed.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do.
It's blocked.
Yeah, bishop d7 coming.
Mm.
Yeah, big mischance for Jordan, but we already concluded that. And that means we have one game left. Very relevant though for the overall standing.
Yeah. Bishop c8 and f4. I started getting worried for.
Yeah, and I think Arjun is making giant progress right now. I mean, there's no talk anymore about eliminating these pawns. They're gonna be on g5 and f4 soon.
c4 will.
c4 is likely to drop, likely.
And it's almost an attack against the king.
Yes, and then once the king and knight start coordinating together with the rook. Yeah, so can we already say this was a critical moment and that king e3 perhaps would have changed things?
We have to ask our computer man.
He nods.
He nods.
He nods in agreement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very big mistake.
Yes, king c3 is
a natural move, I think. King c3.
You want to eliminate those pawns, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's yeah, king c3. It allows black to stabilize. Rook a3, rook g3, and yeah, I think it's just relatively straightforward. No? Bishop e6 plate.
So is it rook g2?
Rook g2. King c3.
Okay, no.
Yeah, it's possible, of course, but maybe it doesn't
help so much.
Doesn't do. Yeah, you could push g5. You could. Yeah, I think I would just push g5.
Can we play for some fun mate? Rook d3 check. Because I
have to go here, huh?
Yes.
Because the e file is rook e3.
And I wanted to enter with my king and then
to
deliver mate.
Nice.
But of course, it's completely unnecessary.
It is, yes.
Let's get it.
Maybe here, eh? Or well, let's say if you take on g6, you play king c3, I guess, and there's still not clear where the mate is.
There's almost no threat.
Well, maybe rook d2 is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the most
it's not a
convincing way of.
We should of course not give away. We should not give away the pawns. Of course.
Yeah, you just want to play this out without allowing any form. Yeah, you just play g5. Yeah. it's not easy to come up with a line of defense here.
No.
Do you move the rook maybe? Something like rook b7. We have a move, I think.
Rook
Yeah,
B7.
rook b7. Yeah,
That
threatens to win a piece.
Yes.
Well, king d6 is there, but yeah, this threat will be stopped, of course. But this is something to think about. How do you do this? 93 maybe?
Mm.
93, 95.
Rook B5 check.
Yeah, rook b5. Oh,
We have
I have to go here, huh? Okay, it's still okay. Still okay. But I have to admit that this was blundered. King d4, rook d5, king e4, and bishop f5.
Yeah.
This was blundered. But luckily king d6 is probably not bad at all. Because after rook d5, check, king e6, rook d3, the pawn endgame is an easy win. 2 pawns are just marching.
Just come with a king to
Yeah.
d6. Yeah.
And he has played rook d3 check instead.
So now you have to go to c1.
Yeah, pushing the king to c1. That's the only move, and she played it. And rook e3 now. Attacking the bishop, so that rook b5, king d4, rook b4, rook e6 is definitely not an issue.
No.
And the f-pawn starts running.
Mm.
I mean, where do you place the bishop now? That's a difficult one. For instance, bishop f7, I think you can already start thinking about just going.
Again, try to take the knight.
Yeah, so f3, rook b5, you mean?
Mm.
King here, rook b4, f2. It's just a c5.
Also king c3, threatening the rook and mate.
Ah, yes, threatening some things. Check only move.
But the move
And
before,
then,
maybe the move before, even without f2.
ah, oh, that was possible. Oh,
Yeah.
nice, beautiful. Yeah, double attack.
Yes. Very hard to stop.
And it's oh, I thought we had resignation, but it was an extra score sheet that was
Okay.
delivered. Bishop g8 was played. Yeah, so you could consider pushing the pawns, I think.
Mm.
But there's no need. There's not. But yeah, if it
did.
works, it works.
Yeah.
F3 played. Yeah, Arjun is, I think, doing this quite nicely.
DC will not spoil.
No,
for sure.
definitely not. Which means he will lead with half a point
Yeah.
going into the last round.
And who is playing in the last round?
I think he plays with Andy, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we have the pairings up already. That's very nice.
Ah, he's white. Again.
So, assuming that Irgaisi wins his game, he's half a point ahead of Erdogmus and Carlsen. Erdogmus and Carlsen play each other tomorrow, sorry.
Yeah.
While Irgaisi plays with white against Andy Woodward.
Yeah.
So he is, of course, the big favorite to win tomorrow, but
if he doesn't, it would
You never know.
It can be tight.
I mean, for instance, a draw between Irrigaisi and Andy Woodward is a completely normal result. And then if either Carlsen or Dokmus wins the game, we have ourselves a tiebreak.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to come up with anything here after f3. They're just running. Pawns are just running. Could be the final position. Yeah, I like especially your line. Rook b5, king d4, rook b4, king c3. A very elegant way of finishing it. Mate or king takes b4. She moves her king. King d2. So we expect rook e2, I think. I think rook e2, king c3 and f2. I don't know if we're missing anything.
Rook b5.
Rook b5, king d6 maybe.
Rook f8.
F5. Yeah, just run or maybe first a check, just to not even give up anything, and then
king d4.
Yeah, I'm not doing this in the best way, right? This doesn't look like the cleanest.
The knight on a2.
Yeah, g4, but yeah.
c5. I just check.
Yeah. No, I don't think I made this a little bit more interesting than it needs to be, I think. So where am I going? King d7? Yeah, it probably still works, but
bishop d5 maybe.
Or bishop c, yeah, bishop.
Oh yeah, bishop c4.
Actually, yeah, maybe I really managed to not win it.
At least white is now a little bit active.
Yeah. So this is how you don't play it.
And
now we're gonna see
how to play it.
How to play it.
We wait for the move.
Now we're gonna sit back
and enjoy.
I have one idea though.
Yeah.
So after rook e2 check, we went king c3, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we can start with knight a2.
Yeah.
That saves a bit of time, right?
Okay, king d3.
Yeah, and then maybe another check. King c3, that's forced. Yeah, so f2. But still, yeah, still not so. I'm still not so happy with all of this. King d6, rook f5, then c5, bishop c4. Yeah. Now I understand that Arjun is taking his time, yeah. Yeah, he may even not go for this. I'm thinking now.
But it should be a win, that for sure. But
yeah, we are sure that it's winning. It's just that
we're not
sure how.
No.
It's 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, it's only 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And I guess 2:40. Okay. then it's possible to make a mistake.
Yes, no, it's definitely no. I'm already no longer calling anything because it looks so lost optically.
Mm.
It probably is, but there's still some work to do. Okay, check looks very logical, right? Because rook d3 allows the king in front of the pawns. It feels a bit off. So rook e2, king c3. I didn't mind these checks either. But eventually you're gonna go rook b5, rook f5 and push the c pawn. And then the bishop comes back. He made a move. He went to d3. Okay. He went to d3. King e1. Okay. It's a bit surprising to me, but rook b3. Yeah, this is Arjun. We are now in Arjun's world.
Yeah, the tricky.
Rook d3, b3. Yeah, that I wouldn't come up with that even if you give me a week. But it's probably very strong.
Yeah, threatening to win with a nice.
It's very nice. It's really nice. Yeah. Yeah, so he spent 5 minutes of his remaining 8, but probably he did really find a very good way of playing. So first off, 93 check is a huge threat. And after rook b5, he just wants to go king d4.
And if you take on g5.
If you take on g5, I'm assuming that he has this figured out. Knight d3 check.
Yeah, I cannot go to f1.
Yeah, king f1 is rook b1 mate.
So I have to go to d2.
d2, and then it's also mating check. King d1 and king c3 and rook d2. Yeah, this is Arjun. Yeah, he really did a really good thing here. He was not lazy. He just found the best way.
Is there another move after rook b3?
It's hard to come up with some rook g. Nah. You can also not wait with the king because rook b1, knight d3 wins the rook. Should play rook g7. But now I guess multiple ways. King d4 could be king d4 playing for mate. If rook g5, we have the same position.
Yeah. I have to play bishop h7.
Bishop h7. Yeah, yeah, still kicking a bit, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, we probably should just leave it to Arjun at this point.
It is down to 1 minute 20 seconds. No. Oh,
yeah, but I really think it's just 1-2 moves, maybe good moves, and then it's just. I don't think he's too worried.
But maybe you should be.
How about knight d3 and f2? It's also possible.
Knight d3, I have to
just push the.
I have to play king d2.
Yeah. And just push her.
I have to play.
We have a move. Yeah, knight d3 played. Yeah, just going to queen, I think. King d2 and f2. Perhaps also other moves.
F2 I take on g5. I want to remove this.
Oh, I blundered that one as well. It's getting later, eh?
Yeah.
Aye. Yeah. But maybe
Maybe
even,
it's possible.
but yeah, it's not really the plan, of course. It might even win, but because of the rook f5, it's mate again, huh?
Yeah, and king c3.
The same
Same mate again.
same mating pattern. He goes to e5. Okay. So if we take on g5 now, how does that work? You just go king d4, I guess, huh? And then you want to give check, and it's just a mating attack at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook takes g5 played, king d4 played. Yeah, this is mate.
Bishop h7.
Bishop h7. Check.
King e1.
King e1. Am I ruining it again?
No.
Are we hit this position?
Mhm. Maybe I can take on c4 with check.
Yeah, king e1.
And king e3, maybe.
And then you want to go f2.
Yeah.
And knight d2. Oh, that looks pretty convincing, yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty convincing, yeah. Right, king d4, current position. So we're expecting, oh,
Bishop
h7, yeah, it's probably the best try, right? Yeah, played. Yeah, I like your knight takes c4. I think it's just and just promote the pawn. Nothing much that can happen, I think.
Well, I have to give up my bishop on the pawn. That's a way to
Yes.
defend. But I don't see how to do it.
I'm still thinking there should be another way as well, but it's pretty clean. Knight takes c4, king e1, king e3, and f2 and knight d2 check. Well, he played f2 immediately. So if king e2, (12 seconds for Zoo. Yeah, king e2 played. I guess we'll see a check.
Could you play rook f3?
Rook f3.
King f1.
Yeah, it's possible as well, maybe, yeah. King F1 is a must, and now knight takes c4, and you
Yeah.
wanna
I guess I know.
could win also, yeah. I guess, yeah.
Because we're winning with a rook and pawn.
Yes,
the
winning with
bishop,
the rook
yeah.
and yeah. So rook
It-
g4, king c3, let's say rook takes c4, king c4, and then
That's
you
hopeless.
just bring
Yeah.
the king.
Yeah.
Rook f3 plate, yeah. King f1 plate, and now knight takes c4.
And
Yeah, then it should be
the end.
should be the end, because there's just no hope left. '92 or '93 coming. No steel matrix.
I don't see them, at least. Rook f5.
Rook f5, yeah, that probably doesn't stop the the queen from coming.
Yeah. That would be a queen.
Yes, yeah. And we're gonna see this king c3. Maybe she'll play rook c4.
Probably she will resign.
No, I think I would still play
you want to
rook
take?
d4, king c4, bishop e4. Rook f4, bishop g2, and then yeah, you're just not getting king e2 in.
King d3.
So king d3, and then you resign, I think. Yeah. Because let's say you make this move, how is this still winning? You maybe you go like this, huh? Even this is still
go around.
Everything is winning. Yeah, she's taken. And bishop e4 is the only way to play, I guess.
Played. The rook f4 probably.
Yeah, rook f4, and then you bring the king to e3. So you bring the king to e3 to protect the pawn, and then the rook can
come
around, give a check, and promote the pawn. Yeah, resigns. Yeah, this is.
Yeah. She had some chances for a draw.
She had very good drawing chances. Yeah, yeah. I mean, especially, we didn't give much for her position around, let's say, this point. It just looked very, yeah, just very bad. But once she got c4 and d5 in, and if I went somewhere here, then the strong bishop on d5, it didn't look clear at all.
No.
At least from a perspective of black winning. Yeah, but Arjun, especially towards the end, he was super sharp.
Yes.
Very nice technique.
As expected.
Yes. Yes.
So, how is the standing? Do we have it?
Yeah, we have a clear leader going into the last round.
Yeah.
4.5 point. And if I'm not mistaken, 4.5 points. It was even the winning score in some of the latest editions. Yeah, as we saw the Paraguay, Arjun plays against Woodward tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the other big pairing is Carlsen against Dokmus. Not only for the tournament, but also I like just the matchup. A 14-year-old new star against perhaps the greatest player of all time.
Yeah.
That's going to definitely be a nice game tomorrow. A bit earlier than usual, though.
12 o'clock we start. So
yes, that's good for people to know, I think. Because if you come at 3, you may have missed a bit of the action already.
And we could also say that if there are two players on the same points, there will be a tie break. Blitz,
Yes.
I think it is. And that can, of course, be, it can be three-way tie, I guess. Or
Technically, yeah, we could see.
also four-way
absolutely,
tie.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all for tomorrow, I think.
Yes, we will see.
Let's take some rest for now.
Yeah, thanks you.
And thanks everyone for tuning in again.